Alright, hello, hello. I don't know if I was planning to stay in the pre-stream state long enough that different tracks such as this one have a chance to play, but they turned out to be rather fitting, I think. Or the aesthetic that I would theoretically be trying to go for right now. So I will most definitely allow it. I don't know if I will allow myself to enunciate properly, like I think I somehow managed to do during the stream that I did yesterday, but I think that'll be proven to be the exception rather than the rule, but yes. I am here and I see that Bernard redeemed choosing the next game. And I can redeem these to keep the spooky theme Dead Rising. Well, perhaps I should point out, Bern, that if I can find a corresponding tab in my other window here. We do appear to have used the choose the next game with no restrictions option to pick what the next game would be. But if you look at the chase quest thing that I have linked somewhere, it's probably in the description for one of the rewards here. Yeah, if you look at the link for the chase quest reward, you can just redeem Dead Rising 1 through that instead. I'm pretty sure it would be considerably less of a cost to you. So you can do that if you want, unless you're also specifically trying to lower your point count. I don't know. If you want, I can just refund that for you and you can do it the other way. But yeah, Dead Rising can definitely happen soon. I guess I can set it up to be like a game that I do after the end of Spooktober, because I do have a few things planned for the remainder of Spooktober. But I can definitely do it at that point. And I'm pretty sure, as I've also pointed out in the chase quest sheet, I technically have played Dead Rising before, but I definitely didn't stream it, and it was the Wii version, but I do have the PC version, so that definitely would be something that I could do for the first time. But yeah, how do I do this? Activity feed. I guess I just gotta use this in a different window. They actually give you that. Yeah, they actually give you that, but yeah. Do let me know if you would rather redeem it through the chase quest thing, which I'm pretty sure is less expensive, or if you just want me to accept that one, for whatever reason. But right now, I guess I better make a note of this. I think I'm just gonna go right ahead to this tab. Or not this tab, this is technically not even a tab, is it? It's just like a list, it's not even in the form of tab list. Now this scene from, you know, ye olde stuff, ye olde OBS. And I say ye olde OBS even though this technically isn't even the actual ye olde OBS, it's the, I don't know. If the other OBS was ancient, this would be the medieval version at least. Or maybe it should be the other way around. Maybe the old OBS was medieval and it was more or less functional, but then this would be the early modern age version of it, where it's just theoretically capable of more or less the same kind of thing, but it's got added fluff and it actually makes certain things harder to do. That would probably be a bit more in line with some of my perceptions of it. We need to check. Okay, good. This controller works. Oh goodness. Twitch was just waiting 50k to redeems to do it. Didn't notify me of the other options. I mean, like, if you want, like I said, I can literally refund the 50k option and you can do the 10k option to redeem Dead Rising through chase quest instead. Just let me know if you want me to do that, or else I can also just finalize that version. But for now... let me find the correct menu options for this. And I will do this. And I will do the textual capture the thing in just a moment. You hear the sound already. This thing has... okay, this thing that I've been playing off of that playlist has apparently both day and night versions. Well, it is supposed to be the soundtrack version. So both day and night versions of that track combined. So close to the 50k too, only one more week to go. I mean, like speaking of that too, I'm pretty sure that if you mentioned to me that the game that you wanted to redeem is still the same, I'm pretty sure that's also in the chase quest list. That's why I guess I would recommend, if you want to redeem that option for anything, I would recommend looking at the chase quest and the adventure game list. Before doing that, so that it ends up being cheaper to you, I guess. Also, I'm not sure if I actually want to watch this intro again. This might be one of those things that gets like the Square copyright robots riled up, so I'd rather not risk that. Guess bring it to chase quest would do. Alright, in that case, let me go ahead and go to the request queue real quick. There's a bunch of stuff that I need to mark as complete anyway. I guess all requests. There we go. This one I have done. This one I have done. And gotta go ahead and refund you those... goodness. Gotta go ahead and refund you those points, and now if you want you can do that again, but via chase quest this time. I think I actually had those rewards in there like earlier. Earlier that I added the 50k one. I don't remember which of these files I was using, but I'm pretty sure I was using one that was like on the boat. 24. Unless it somehow didn't say, which would be bizarre. Actually, no, it was the Subway NYPD warehouse, Chinatown warehouse. Subway. Wait, what? Am I tripping? Did I somehow lose data here? Oh no, wait, I think I know what happened. I think what must have happened is that I have the wrong disk. Load it in, let's see. Appended the disk, I guess I need to check that again. Subway, yada, Chinatown warehouse. Maybe I need to like restart now that I've appended that disk. I guess I'll try that. Has to be in your list too, yep. I'm pretty sure that I actually had to listen to a song from that in like an actual chase game, not like 2 days ago. Actually just about 2 days ago now. So it's definitely in there. So yeah, if you want you can just do it that way too. And yeah, burners redeemed via chase quest, so I will mark that one as complete. And I will make a note to put Dead Rising in my list of stuff to do at some point. Probably try to start it right after the stuff that I had planned for Spooktober. Okay, so do I have the correct one now? I can't tell. I can't tell if this is like... in menu, quick menu? Yeah, it would have to be this. Pause and content menu is active. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. Let me try to like restart this completely, I guess. I'm gonna have to go here. I'm gonna have to go to just close content, I suppose. Please stand by. Technical difficulties are occurring. I'll bring this back for just a moment. For some reason I did not foresee this at all, but that's whatever. I mean, I trust that just going back to the thing that I wanted is gonna be perfectly viable. Okay, so I've opened it up again. And this time before anything loads, I'm gonna do this. So it went back into the visuals, so that's okay. At this point, and I'm gonna see what happens now. Okay. Continue, okay. I mean, hopefully now it works, let's see. Warehouse unused file. I'm still not finding it, what gives? It's gonna be number 2, surely. There is no save data number 2, because that's the second memory card rather than the other one. Okay, this... What is the deal with this? I guess this could also potentially be a problem if it turns out that I have to, like, do stuff like this in Chronicles. Let me select the first one just to see what happens, but it says warehouse, so that's gonna be... Does it say warehouse? Insert disk 1? What the fuck? Okay, does it mean that I have no save data for the disk 2 part, which... that would definitely be a problem. If that's literally what... Okay, I guess I'm gonna insert disk 1. I mean... Let's see what happens here. It's literally gonna tell me that I can't go back to the save that I made at the end of the fucking 5th chapter before. Which, this is definitely before that. Like, if that has somehow vanished completely, we're gonna have a problem here. Better reset yet again. I think I cycled the disks again. And yeah, this is fucking bizarre. And if it somehow tells me that it's not actually... like that save doesn't actually exist for whatever stupid reason, which it definitely should, I guess I'm gonna have no choice but to turn to a certain other possibility to get to the end of the game. Okay, I think I should probably go ahead and fade out the other playlist, though it's been overlapping for a while. Okay, here we go again. I'm gonna load from slot 1, which should definitely have stuff past this point, past the warehouse one, and yet I don't see them anywhere. Subway, NYPD, Chinatown, 37, 40 something. Oh my god. Nope. I mean, there's not a way for me to... guess I better go ahead and... we'll check one more thing as a final possibility to get back into this, because this is very unexpected. Okay. Can I do this? Hold on a moment, I can try one more thing. I don't know if this is gonna work, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and do this again. Oh, shit, no, not this. Okay, what happens if I try to do this? This would be like a very Frankenstein kind of solution for what I'm trying to do. But if it works, then that's gonna be nice. I don't know if I can expect it to, though. No, not that. This. Okay, what if I do this, like, immediately? Just this one thing. Gonna try to confirm this a little bit better before I bring this back on screen. I think this will be the last huzzah, though. If this doesn't work, then I'm just gonna default to the alternate option, and I am not seeing the other saves that I definitely had. Am I tripping? Hold on, let me close this thing altogether. I can literally go to my own VODs, I guess, and take a look at that, and... So at this point I'm just kind of implicitly assuming that that's not going to be possible, so I'm going to prepare a little alternative option here. Okay, I mean, if I go to this page... and go to the very end. Or at least kind of close to the very end. Yeah, it shows me going into the memory card. It shows me saving at slot 9. Which apparently did not exist at all in this memory card saves that I just tried to access. That just kind of stinks. I have no idea what the fuck happened there, but I'm afraid we're gonna have to resort to a certain alternative. It's gonna be a little bit harder to actually bring into focus here. Bonk indeed. But I'm afraid this might pretty much be the only option at this point. Alright, I'm gonna try to do this. Let's see if I can even figure out how to do this properly. Well, if you will excuse me for just a moment, I guess I'm gonna have to actually show this. Like so, that'll probably be better. I'm gonna make an estimate for what I'm gonna have to do here. Let's say, I don't know, 100 there, 100 there, and let's say 500 there, and I don't know, 250 there. I have no idea if this is gonna be right at all, but we're about to find out. Or alternatively, you could just literally blow this up and adjust that. Oh well, whatever. Very, very unfortunate, but sometimes you have to go with the practical option here. Okay, here we go. Actually, I just... wants to be centered. I want it to look like this, technically speaking, so here we go. Alrighty then, I can actually witness the end of the game now. Or at least I would imagine so. I will very violently face out that new Phase 1 track from Sims 2 that was playing just a moment ago. And then I will do this. Hey, get out of my screen, thank you. There we go. Perfect. Oh dear. Anyway, as I'm sure you will all remember, and as I'm sure I definitely remember myself, when, previously on Parasite Eve, I had gotten to the end of Chapter 5. I had spammed the Liberation attack a whole bunch to kill the bosses at the end of Chapter 5. And then we were on this boat, and then we didn't have any revives left. But we did have that pre-race move, which I still wasn't able to figure out if that pre-race move was like good enough to basically last the entire battle, or at least, yeah, pretty much the entire battle, to the point where they would actually be as useful as a revive for... I don't know exactly how it would work either, like if it would revive you with as much health as a revive would. But... it seemed to work fairly alright during the second part of the Eve fight at the end of chapter 5, even though that was... like, that went well enough, surprisingly enough. I think that... actually, did that go well enough? I want to say that I lost at least... that's probably where I lost my other revive, actually. I don't remember. I think I lost one of them in the first part of the Eve fight, and I lost the other one that I was still... that still had on me during the second part of the Eve fight, but I did manage to do P-Race and then do, like, the Liberation attack twice. But I think twice was all that was needed to finish out the second phase of that fight. And hey, as we showed at the end of the previous time, we made it onto the boat and we go into this place, and not only are Myra and Daniel there, but also Wayne, the Mr. Shopkeeper or item hoarder person, is also back to conveniently help us in our 11th hour here. Ida says the smell of oil makes him rather queasy. Not quite sure if, I guess it's not unimaginable that some, like a cruiser that looked like this would look, or would smell like oil in certain parts of it, but I don't know, I have no idea really. Like, I've only been on a few boats that would be comparable to this, and I don't know if they would actually look like this, or, well, they probably would look like this, but I don't know, like, what they would smell like or anything. I don't know if the smell of the ocean would, overpower something like any other smells, if those smells are in indoor areas of the ship. That's something to think about, though. Oh no, where did our grenade launcher mysteriously disappear to? Oh look, it looks like I was mistaken. We have 2 revives, so look at all those trading cards that I don't remember getting at all. How mysterious. And yeah, we do have the chance to... I did see this before too. Apparently we have 1 weapon and 1 armor that we have a chance to rename. Seems like a bit of an odd thing to just offer Battle of Nowhere and just like at this one specific point, but... we're gonna name it Nzai... Crikey? Cricked. I don't know what that means, but it just felt like a good name, you know. You can tell I'm definitely inputting these things myself. Dan Ama is another one. Another name that's very dear and near to my heart. I don't know what these guns would have been called originally, I wasn't paying enough attention, but I'm sure they will be great. And this guy, I did talk to him before, and apparently he's just gonna give you like as much of these items as you want, and I think he only gave like 3 or 2 medicine force. Okay, so that's not a mistake. I don't think you can carry any more. Okay, so that's not, limit, it's not determined by how many you can carry or anything. Or like what your actual inventory limit is. It's like an actual hard limit that that guy's supply has. Probably get some ammo from that guy though, I say. That might be a good idea. Or, nope, partly, so we're just gonna keep on grabbing more medicine 3. Don't think we need any of these cures though, do we? But apparently we don't want to grab ammo either. I guess I must have changed my mind. Oh well, you know how fickle that can be. These old whims. Some Christmas, huh? What a Christmas in which we were not only able to evacuate the entirety of Manhattan, but also apparently keep tourists from coming in. On Christmas. It's gonna be quite an accomplishment to be able to coordinate. Not approach the creature without absolute confirmation of death. I think that's gonna be a bit of an ironic statement in just a moment. Or at least, well, maybe technically, in a certain sense, they may not be entirely wrong to think that or say that, depending on which creature they are referring to, depending on the absolute meaning of what the statement they were trying to make there, but that huge creature that the mitochondria was creating was... Yes. I mean, we knew that there was one missing piece of the puzzle, and yet we just conveniently forgot about it until this very moment, I guess. It couldn't have been the uterus for the ultimate being. I mean, didn't they basically spell that out before already? And then they just forgot about that? So even though they blew up the giant goo monster, it still had the ultimate being cultivated. And even though it all like collapsed, it apparently was still doing the job while in the ocean. And apparently this ultimate being is not going to be quite, or at least not immediately apparently the same as how it emerges in the book. What the hell is that? That's a baby with wings and a tail. We didn't make it in time, and apparently it's not going to kill itself, or like kill itself internally by conflicting mitochondria, the way that it did in the book. Or the way that it just didn't show up at all in the movie because of the very unfortunate imagery that would have to have been involved in actually showing it on screen in that version. Or if it were faithful to the original story anyway. But no, we can't just escape. I mean, that's probably a good idea, regardless. And we know that at this point, because of the fact that we have assurance that at least that ultimate being is not going to kill itself in the same way that it did in the book, like I said. I mean, for all we know, there could be like some other completely unpredicted by all parties involved mechanic to how DNA works that would just cause it to destroy itself anyway. And it would just conveniently do that and do it at a distance in a way that wouldn't require anybody else's sacrifice like it did in the book, but I guess we're not going to count on that. Don't know how we're going to fight that thing when it's over there and we're over here though. Unless we just take control of the boat completely. Oh no, it's just coming to us. How convenient. Well, it definitely seems to be staying in baby form a lot longer than like the ultimate Eve in the book did. Like that one's whole shtick is that it grew up very quickly. In a matter of seconds, even. Now, apparently we get to fight the evil demon cherub babby in this version. Hey, we have the... oh, there we go. Looks like the exact same strategy that I was using for the previous endgame bosses in this part is still gonna be very much viable for this guy. Aren't I glad that I thought of that? Easy peasy, right? Oh no, it grew up. Apparently it needed to get beaten up before it grew up, at least a little bit, so... Now it's a little bit different. Now it's some kind of a... I would say maybe Resident Evil villain, but it's more of a maybe House of the Dead villain. Oh look, whatever gun I'm using now seems to be doing a lot more damage than pretty much all the ones that I had been using before. What a convenient state of affairs. It's also pretty nice that the P seems to be recharging at a pretty good rate. There's also this weird tap thing that I have no idea what it means. Oh, ouchie ouch. I have no idea what it means whenever the weapon firing prompt gets brought up. Haste. I never really used haste all that much, but now it seems like a good time to use it, I guess. I guess haste probably would have been useful now that I think about it in trying to dodge some of the monster attacks in the museum and what have you. For now, let's split the... This reminds me of a boss from Demon's Curse, actually. The one that is like a big spider body and a head, and the head and the body attack separately. I think the head was able to fly in that game, though. Oh, look at that. Your little birdie friend went dead. Ow. How did I see how I could have dodged that? In light of the fact that it was going to do that arc at that angle. There wasn't really any way to stand behind the boss since it was all the way in the corner there. But oh well. Seems like this went pretty good, all things considered. Didn't even have to spam the Liberate attack a second time, even though that might have been a good idea. All things considered. Oh no, it grew up again. Now it's some kind of anime villain. Maybe it's the legendary anime villain Crystal Bowie from Space Adventure Cobra. Except it has flesh this time instead of literally being a robot in a crystal body. It's also got a tail and, you know, those weird wing appendages still, so I can definitely see where that guy from the first Hellblade game got its inspiration for the mech design. Wink. I do like how easy it is to dodge that attack, though. I would at least say that. Oh, this music seems okay, too. It's a little different from the very kind of alternative sounding soundtrack that the entire game has had until now, I would say. Well, I guess it does have a little bit of traces of that too. Thinking about it that way. I feel like at this point it probably would be a good idea to use that Liberation attack, but it's definitely been available for a while, but for some reason I feel somewhat compelled not to do it, I suppose, I must assume. Also the fact that this particular attack, you can, I suppose, just stand behind the guy and that's it. Maybe that's the double effect that some of the guns have that I think I did catch sight of, where apparently you can enter two commands at once. That's what those tabs are about. Oh well. Will we do it? Nope, it became Quetzalcoatl from Final Fantasy VIII. It's still evolving. Or maybe some form of chaos from Sonic Adventure 1, aka a game I have never played. Or maybe something else completely. God. Apparently it's got friggin' laser shooting minions to attack during this part. I guess now it is no longer a good... No, it's no longer a good time to attack it with what? Or to use haste, I guess. That's what I was trying to remember. I know you want to continue living, also. Apparently we're doing like complete scratch damage to it. After all, you were just born. But no, you don't deserve to live. I want to live too. We can't come to an understanding because your mother was a psychopath. There's no end to this. Also, that guy's in the back too. Just completely obscured by the others. If only we could get this to Aya. What are those? What's with Aya's cells then? How does that work? That's what you were trying to give her. Yeah, he did. try to give us that, I think, in like the final sequence at the tower before the Eve fight. Maybe those could have come in useful during the Eve fight. I mean, how are those bullets like made up? Are they gonna be good to just like airdrop like that? This could also be another Resident Evil monster, like the one in fucking Deadly Silence. Not Deadly Silence, that's a different one. Dead Aim. Oh god. Alright. Oh, he's just gonna sacrifice himself, I guess. If this one clip of bullets will sacrifice himself, or maybe he's gonna assume that he's gonna survive that because he's gonna fall in the ocean. I guess that would be a question, though. If this ultimate being, I said the ultimate, I'm pretty sure that's not correct in any version of any language, but if this being can also set people on fire telepathically like the original, like Monster Eve could. Like if either of those two beings tried to set someone on fire while that person was underwater. Oh shit, look at that damage. Like, how would that work? Because I'm pretty sure that fire can still, or combustion can still occur underwater. It's not a complete impossibility. So hey Sim, I see you made it to the end of my completely legitimate playthrough that I am definitely completing because my saves for Disc 2 definitely didn't disappear into thin air playthrough of Parasite Eve. Welcome, welcome. Oops, apparently Mr. Block just got up again. Oh my god. There's gotta be something on the cruiser to get rid of this. I mean, didn't we just hit it with like the ultimate super high limit break damage bullets? What could we possibly have that would be better than this? I mean, then we have like a million guns in the storage. Maybe we can combine them all into one super gun like in that one Simpsons episode. Or maybe it could be like the end of, if we go into the engine room, maybe. It could be like the end of a certain other game. It springs to mind. Well, it's a good thing that I know exactly where to go for no particular reason. I mean, I can't imagine getting cheaped out again, like at the end of that hospital episode or chapter or whatever the divisions in this game are called. It's one of those two, I think. It's really not evident where you're supposed to go after you kill the spider boss on the roof. Just keep going down and you most definitely will find the engine room. Hope you know which way is down. Boiler pressure shoots up. It can blow the ship to bits. I see a potential snag in this plan. Do you know where we are? Can you understand human language? We're in Hell's Kitchen. Are they actually in Hell's Kitchen? I mean, I don't think that being out on the water would count as part of that. Even if it is technically an area in downtown New York. Maybe I don't know everything about the jurisdiction, though. Okay, I guess she wasn't actually intending to sacrifice herself with the ship if she's still trying to run away. doesn't look like a lot in the dark too, that is correct. Looks a bit more like one of those unlikely high number of Resident Evil games that would take place on a ship. Or maybe Echo Knight. Clearly that's a more apt description, even though I'm pretty sure Echo Knight didn't even come out until after this one. Or at least a version of it didn't. I wonder how well that's really gonna work out, given that thing certainly didn't mind being in the water when it was in its baby form, and also there might still be some of that orange goo in the water that it was literally cultivating itself in when it was in its like fetal form, so. But now we assume that it was all perfectly fine and dandy. Aya is inside of you too, Aya, even though... I mean, would that really be the same mitochondria or whatever, the same organism? That was inside her sister. When your mother and sister died, they transplanted a part of your sister into you. What, her too? Did she lose both of her kidneys? And wouldn't that mean that... or imply that, I guess Aya herself didn't have that mutation in her own cells, the same way that her sister did. You were born with a defect in your right eye, Maya's cornea was transplanted into your right eye. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this specific detail was not actually brought up at any point before. You just talked about the kidney transplant to the other woman. I saw what I touched Eve was. You have an extreme experience. What? What you see then is branded onto the cornea, but this hasn't been scientifically proven. I guess it was supposed to be like a... maybe a very distant allusion to the... like... primordial soup dream flashbacks that Kiyomi would get in the original book, but... I don't think they talk about, like, parts of the eye or theories regarding that in the book, which is weird because they talked about pretty much everything else. It's the odd fiction book that has a full bibliography of medical texts at the end. And there it evolved to the point where it could live symbiotically with the human nucleus. But I guess, or at least Aya's particular mitochondria doesn't actually have that, like, sentient megalomania kind of thing going on. Or at least if it does, then it hasn't really made itself known. If the Earth is a single human being, the humans that invade the Earth become like viruses out of control. We, in essence, are upsetting the natural balance of the body. This is definitely utter destruction. But we're still here. Humans are in essence parasites. I mean, can you just say that about literally anything that lives on Earth? Didn't you say that the Earth and pretty much all life on Earth as well is parasites to the Sun? Well, maybe not. I mean, the Sun would like continuously wear itself out, regardless of whether or not there was anything else around it to take advantage of that. I don't know if anything that humans or anything that has happened on the planet has actually affected the lifespan of the Sun either. But hey look, speaking of the Sun, here it comes. And I say it's alright. Told her this kid is still alive, but I guess her mom is still, or his mom is still dead. spelling of their names is inside of my, yeah, it's pretty much the other way around there. The thing you live on isn't alive, are you parasitic of it? I don't think so. I mean, I guess that depends. I guess that's technically, that's something that probably could be said to be true, but then you need to go into the semantics of what you define as alive. How much agency does it need to be afforded before that's established? Well, here we are. I guess Maeda's the date now. Mysterious other guy who was the date at the start of the game just completely went the whole exit pursued by a barrel roll and was never seen again. The restroom must be really crowded. That's probably it. I mean, for all you know. Alright. Well, if I and the kid, whose name I already forgot, switch places, there probably would be a slightly more optimal arrangement for everyone involved, but oh well. We're not bothering with that. They're literally doing the same performance of the same play. I mean, for all I know, they've done that exact same performance before and it didn't result in one of the actors' mitochondria taking over her body and going full Antichrist. Fucking metal and such things, and if they are alive, then under what criteria would they die? I guess, I mean, I always talk about how... Oh, here comes the fire. Just to give you a bit of a fake out, but... I always talk about how people are fundamentally individuals, and it makes more sense to think of them that way. Rather than trying to pigeonhole them into a system. And I guess you can pretty much say the same thing about, like, each of the components that make up, like, an ecosystem, for example. That's a valid way of looking at it. Ask you to take my life along with hers. This time I will be set on fire by different means. This time maybe it will follow the very particular description of the spontaneous human combustion that was used in the book, which is that people would just go up in flames, but it wouldn't actually be able to set anything else around them on fire. And also for some of them, she would just make their hearts stop immediately. That's one of the things that's actually addressed in the glossary, but I didn't really read that in too much detail after I finished the book. But I think I took a look at it at some point, and there is a note about that. Yeah, there's a note at the end, or near the end anyway, it's on the last page of the glossary, that says... She scowled at the man, then made his heart stop like she had done to the last one, which is said on page 267, and the explanation given is: our disease has been known to occur from minuscule changes in mitochondrial DNA. One would therefore have to manipulate very little to accelerate such a process. Or so we believe. Oh boy. What does it mean? Is she gonna be the catalyst of something this time? And apparently everyone's gonna turn into spooky shadows in the theater here. That's the actual end of the, at least the vanilla game. It's literally how they close everything out. Maybe it's supposed to, yep. Well, I guess it must be. Because it literally just segues into the credits there. Maybe it's a metaphor saying, well, it pretty much more or less. What's the word I'm looking for? Why am I so bad at finishing thoughts? Maybe it's supposed to like echo the ending of the book, which I'm still holding open. I don't think there's any other part of the glossary that would actually be relevant at this point, where they pretty much say, wow, if you know, this one evil, super evil mitochondria that was also sentient was a result of a random mutation from this one person. And apparently it never really happened before, I guess. It's not really super clear, but I think that's pretty much supposed to be the implication. That there's only this one, I guess, system of mitochondria that was in this one individual that managed to accomplish that level of sentience. But if it's just kind of happened out of nowhere, it's not impossible that it could happen again in the future. Well, maybe that's what they're trying to possibly hint at there. And I guess that pretty much, I mean, this game itself, it's at the beginning of the credits here, it's based on the novel, but it's not really based on the novel, it's more like a sequel to the novel. And they reference the events of the novel with some detail in certain scenes. And I guess that pretty much means that this in itself is a demonstration of that happening again, but in a somehow even worse scale, in a different environment. And yeah, Parasite Eve 2 exists. And I don't really know what the deal would be with that. I know very little about the sequels to this game, pretty much. I have heard of Parasite Eve 2 is just a phrase that is, I'm pretty sure I mentioned on here before. I think just yesterday actually, but apparently this is like a JRPG with bits of survival horror in it. Number 2 is more like a survival horror with bits of JRPG in it. Oh, also, apparently this track has lyrics, so I wouldn't be too surprised if this turns out to be something that also gets picked up by copyright robots or something stupid like that. Let me check something real quick. I'm going to assume that this is not going to bar me from being able to focus this again, and I don't think it will. Well, okay, I've taken a quick look at something and it doesn't appear to indicate that that would necessarily be the case, so I guess I'll just hope for the best. I think I never played 2 or 3 either, or 1, except for, well, I mean I keep saying that I didn't really play a lot of 1 until this playthrough of it, but I mean, the first good chunk of this playthrough that I did. Pretty much on the first stream that I did of this, led me to realize that apparently I had played more of 1 than I realized before, because I had played up until the end of the Central Park section, which is apparently quite a bit farther in the game than I thought it was. I thought it was like only 1 or 2 hours in, and I feel like that probably wouldn't be too difficult for someone who was more familiar with the game to get through that part of it in that amount of time or less, but I definitely wasn't. Yeah, 3, but I don't want to play it until I get around to playing 2, if at all. Understandable. Guess if I ever want to, or if I ever feel like continuing with this franchise, check those out, that's pretty much what I would end up doing. You know, I was listening to this track just now, and at first I thought it was supposed to be in Japanese, and maybe there were parts of it that were in Japanese, but I think it's in Spanish now. I hadn't actually realized it until now. I feel like I can barely make out any of the words, though. This may or may not be another example of a Japanese singer doing a language that isn't Japanese, like with misernifals and what have you, where you can just kind of tell. I guess I'm gonna have to look up the lyrics to whatever track this is later, though. I guess while I'm talking about the soundtrack too, I can probably mention that having actually seen at least a video game, because I know that there's also like the whole Chrysler building part, but I don't know if I really want to get into that anytime soon, if at all. So I'll probably try to look into it a little bit, at least. Se il mio amore stava in Chino was probably the opera at the beginning. There's also some Bach cover, Somnia Memorias. I don't know if that's what we're listening to right now. But I guess as far as the soundtrack in general, I would say that I probably will say that I do like it. I don't know if I would call myself a super fan of it just from having heard it by playing this game. But it certainly does feel like the kind of thing that I probably will have to listen to more in the future. I mean, I'd like to imagine that I got a pretty good hold on the general sound of the game at this point, at least. But just like with so many other games like this that I end up playing through once and haven't really examined in great detail, I would say that at least at this point there's only about probably 3 tracks, or maybe 4 including this one potentially, that I could tell you at least what context they play in. Maybe 5 if I count like the normal battle theme. Like, what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the one that plays during the intro cutscene before you go into the main menu. I'm thinking of the one that plays on the map screen. I'm thinking of the one that plays in the start of a couple cutscenes, because it was one of the ones that I happen to have looked into before while practicing chase stuff. Now, hold on just a moment. The picture has gone away, but this may have been a good time for that to happen. In 16 more seconds I'll be able to... okay. Now look at all these bonus points. Look at all these save slots that definitely match up with the ones that I was using. And now there's an EX one. All perfectly calculated. And there we go. I still don't know all the details of what the EX stuff would be, but definitely is a thing that exists. So, I don't know if it's a thing that I'll be going into myself anytime soon, but yeah, let me figure this out. I look up Parasite Eve, those words. Is that the same track that was in the... in the credits? Okay, I guess that's pretty much it, yeah. That is what I was listening to after all. Apparently this video that I just found has lyrics for this, and apparently the first part of this is in Spanish, but there's a part in the middle with like 1 or 2, no, there's like 3 stanzas that are just kind of randomly spread out through these lyrics that are in Latin instead. That's interesting. But I guess that pretty much explains why this was a bit of a difficult thing to identify. At least to my ear. But yeah, have to keep that in mind for sure. But yeah, that brings us to the end of the Parasite Eve thing that ended up stretching for at least a little bit longer than I thought it was going to. And I will phase in new phase 1 for just a moment as I try to get ready for the next game, which is gonna be very interesting however this goes, because I actually have no idea how it's gonna be like a good way to make this look. This is a game that I will have to look up one certain piece of information about, which I don't remember, which is the release year. It had to have been early 2000s. 2008, never mind. A little bit later than I thought, but that's alright. But yeah, I guess this is gonna be a little bit in line with Parasite Eve in the sense that it's a game that I have played for a while before, and well, on a couple occasions actually. Okay, so this, I just now realized too, this is literally 10 years after the release of Parasite Eve, so... That's oddly fitting. But I'm pretty sure I just cut myself off in the middle of a different thought, which was that it's actually going to be pretty relevant to the whole Parasite Eve theme, in that it's another game that I have played in the past, but that I couldn't really keep myself determined enough to get through the whole thing, even though I do have an interest in doing so. So yeah, pretty much just like Parasite Eve in that sense, even though this is a completely different kind of game. Completely different kind of game, which I will try to make visible here. Let me see. What happens if I just take this? Actually, hold on, let me confirm something before I do anything. Please just stand by for a moment while I do the... Okay, this seems to be in perfectly good state. The technical check for this. If I look at this, will it show me what I'm looking for? I think it will. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, I'm gonna try to show this a couple of different ways. I get the feeling it's gonna be better if I use the other scene, but might as well try to find out regardless. Okay. If I use this capture, sober capture, will it actually let me show this in an acceptable way? Or will it just not show up at all? I get the feeling that the way that it's going, it's probably just not gonna show up at all with sober capture, so I'm probably gonna have to use window capture. I guess I will use window capture. Alright, hold on a moment. I'm gonna have to get rid of this. Oh, I didn't even have that thing active, so I just did it for nothing. I'm gonna have to use a filter is what I thought I was gonna say, but it turns out I wasn't using that filter at all, so I guess I will turn on that filter for this now though. Hold on. And left nothing, top something, right nothing, bottom nothing. Okay. 0. I have to have a value. And have it visible and capture this window. Okay, I think that's acceptable, but it's a little too much off the top. Let me do 50 instead of 100. It's probably closer to what that looks like anyway. I do like that it at least lets me test this more or less before I commit to anything. Maybe not 50, let me try 30. But if I am right, then the stream metadata, or just title, not the metadata itself, just title pretty much, which is part of the metadata to be fair, should be updated to show what I'm gonna be playing. Okay, I think this is actually a good setting for this. Maybe. If I make this visible, what will it look like? Not looks like. Okay, I think it does have a bit of a... yeah, those things at the edges, which kind of stand out. Well, before I mess with that, let me shrink this, I suppose. Oh, no, don't move this, move this. said move this. Okay, damn it. There. If I try to fit this whole thing into the middle here, which is probably the least janky way, it looks like that. What if I use the other scene? I think it looks a little bit better there, so I'll probably just use that one. So, okay, so I'm gonna resize the chat here to be the version of it that looks alright on here, which is this one. Which apparently is somewhat less capable of actually showing the emotes. For some reason, what happens if I use like the Super Metroid preset for this instead? Like altogether. It still shows that, so I don't know. I guess it's gonna be fine. I guess I will also keep the Super Metroid preset though, instead of just having like a black background. But before I get into the game, I think I'm just gonna switch something real quick. I have like, I don't know, 3 pixels off of the left and the right or something like that, so that it hopefully doesn't show those white lines on the edges, which, yeah, I think that's pretty much done the trick, so I will stick to it that way. And there we go. But yeah, as you can tell, this is Theresia de Emile, which brings me to the point at which it will be relevant to fade out the track that it's playing right now with my own playlist, even though it's a good track. As we have already played the Neighborhood on stream pretty recently at that. And right now, I guess, now that I go ahead and size that up properly, I will play this again and reset it so it can show the opening as well on this here DS screens thing. I mean, at least that part of the opening. Not like there was that much more of it to show. This is work of fiction, as I'm sure you will have a very hard time believing that when we get into this game, but yeah. This is Theresia de Emile, and I think there's technically not... This is technically not the other game, or not the only game that shows up on this version, this release of this game, which I think actually started out as a cell phone game in Japan sometime in the past. But it eventually got re-released on the DS, which is the version that I'm gonna be playing today. So we can load game, and I'm pretty sure there's gonna be, yeah, there's gonna be an actual thing used up in this file. But I guess instead of messing with that, I'm gonna use file number 1. I could use file number 1 or just use the other files. Just overwrite those, but probably gonna be a good idea to just do that, honestly. I mean, let me take a quick look at something. If I look here, that's like a full extract of the game. I guess something that I could do, something that I might just try to do, is take a look at a certain folder. Okay, these are the numbers that I need to look for. And now I know that that looks alright, so I'm gonna try to do this and see if it lets me. I mean, yeah. Okay, I guess it's not gonna let me do that right away. Okay, hold on. In that case, let me temporarily do something different. Like, oops, my copy of Theresia fell out of my DS. I'm gonna load something different this time. Just for a moment. I'm unfortunately not gonna be playing this game right now. But, oops, my copy of Portrait of Ruin fell into my DS instead. How embarrassing. I wonder what... Oh shit, I just did something that I didn't mean to. Hold on. Well, it doesn't really matter. If I were to play this instead, go into the Dark Academy and this place looks different from the way that I remember it just looking at the map. Well, it looks like I have some pretty good equipment, so we'll come back to that at some point. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the Dark Academy isn't supposed to have this music either, so that's a bit of an interesting bit of trivia there. No, wait, that's not what I want to mess with right now. What I want to mess with right now is this other thing, which I've apparently completely closed for some reason. Okay, that's that. I'm just gonna do this, and I guess I'll also do this. I have to have a tiny bit more downtime, but then here we go again. Okay, I think we're back. Theresia is back. Let's see what it looks like now. Let's see if my little magical data operation has worked. Yep, I believe it has, because now all 3 of these data things are active. Let me check something else too. I think the sound might be a little bit scuffed. Yeah, I'm gonna turn up the volume a little bit, because this game is pretty quiet. I'm gonna turn it up to that much. There we go. A little bit quiet compared to certain other games on the DS, but what options do we have? Might as well take a look at that too. Text is displayed, we should display it at fast speed. That's always a good thing. We could go stereo or monaural, we could make the music completely quiet, or why would we? And we could clear all, which way would we? I mean, we changed one option, but we want to keep that one option. It's definitely quite important. But yeah, let's get started with Theresia the reveal, which is... Oh. Tell you have like a couple of options, as you can, to be a little bit telling at the start screen here, which is to play the Emile or to go back. But there's also a part of the screen, which I'm pretty sure is the touch screen on the right there, is just kind of conspicuously absent. I've never seen that filled up, because I'm pretty sure that only fills up under certain circumstances, but maybe this time will be different. But yeah, a game that I think originally came out on Japanese cell phones, but it got ported into the DS. I've known about it for a long time, and I've been mildly intrigued by it for a long time, but even though I've made multiple attempts to get through it, I've never quite been able to follow through all the way. But I know this time will be different, because this time I am forcing myself to stream the whole thing. That usually works. Even if I kill you. That's not the end of a sentence. Very well then. Maybe I'll pull off something quite similar to the villain of the game that we were just getting done with a moment ago. You cannot talk to anyone except me. I have been here all this time. I've been here washing my hands with water that looks a little bluer when I hold it than it does in the background. Let's not leave this place. Can't you love people, Emile? I have no idea how many characters are communicating in this scene, because I've never quite been able to like piece the whole story of this together either, but I think I have at least a vague idea of what I can expect. A vague idea that was provided to me by getting at least, I want to say, 10 hours into this game and still not quite being able to figure out exactly where all the story pieces fit, but... or even just the ones that I had seen up until then. Over here, though. Can you tell? This is your mother. I'm gonna tell you to listen to your mother in a very awkwardly pleading tone, like in Resident Evil Survivor. My own daughter, which I will just hold down in a field of flowers, which is very poignantly placed before everyone's eyes. Anyway, flash forward. Cold water. When did I fall asleep? Cold water in my mouth seems to be what's waking me up. Stone ceiling. And lying on top of a hard bed, I wrap myself up in the warm sheets and look up at the ceiling. Drops of water form on it and fall with a natural rhythm. Oh goodness. Well, I'd fallen asleep. I also sit up without thinking. And as it happens, I'm pretty sure we have no idea where we are. We were just in this place with the stone ceiling and the nice bed with the nice sheets, where we had made ourselves at home, and yet we have no idea where we are whatsoever. I feel a sharp pain in my hand. I strain my sleepy eyes to see what's hurting me. There's blood dripping from between my fingers, because I'm holding something in the palm of my hand. It's a pendant, bound with iron wire. It apparently makes me feel quite alright though. Barbed wire makes it look like some kind of metal rose. That must be what cut into my hand, and yet it's gonna make me feel just fine whenever I hold it. Now it's around my neck, so you know, hopefully I have a sturdy piece of clothing that I'm wearing on my top. And yeah, we can get a hint from what to do next. If we use that on ourselves, so yeah, this is definitely an adventure game. It even reminds me a little bit of the certain old UIs from certain vintage games from the early 90s. Iron thorns and the wire cut into my hands, and I can feel blood begin to ooze between my fingers, which makes me awfully calm. That's no cause for concern. Where is this? Also, who redeemed the ASMR reward? Right now I should take a look around this room. I might be able to figure something out. That's certainly not something that I ever would have thought of doing by myself. A piece of paper on the desk catches my eye. I have a bad feeling about this. I'm just gonna look at that by myself. Or at least as a lead up to the eye icon. The icon, if you will. Oh yeah, I forgot you can control this whole thing with the touch screen if you want. I think you can do it like this, and maybe I will, but you can also use it with like the D-pad and the buttons. Well, let's check out this piece of paper on the desk that was standing out so much to us. Theresia. Trill Cue, probably the most standout piece of music in the soundtrack that I remember from this game. Paper is empty except for that one word written in red. Ow. My head. Pain is unbearable. I can't stand. It hurts. Maybe it doesn't hurt as much as in the Chusomithos games, but I see a blood-soaked woman. Just kind of out of nowhere. What is this? What am I doing here? Who is this woman in my mind? And what is Theresia? Could there be any link whatsoever between all these things? It's not very clear at all. I slept in a bed in a room with intimidating walls. Usually I was alone when I woke up. Usually. Just like always. I would wake up in that soft bed, so I guess we've slept in this room before. Like always? No. What do I usually do? Oh no, I've forgotten everything. Even my own name and my age. I lost my memory. The only thing I know is that I'm a young Caucasian girl. Okay, I'm pretty sure that is one detail that I remembered. That's something that you just would be able to tell just by the fact that she has a pretty distinctive voice when stuff happens to her. Sweat dripping from my body as from the puddle in front of me. Put my hand in it and try to push myself to my feet. First I need to figure out where I am. There's a map inside the desk. Is it a map of the facility? Looks like this is a pretty big building. I have this, I can figure out where I am. I decide to take the map with me. And now I can tell where I am. Well, let's just look at the door. Let's just immediately go through everything here. Can check the hand. Just the hand on the door, I guess. Door with the dog design on it is locked. I can't open it by pulling or pushing. For a second, a thought crosses my mind. Am I gonna be trapped here? Which, I mean, would raise the whole question of how we would have gotten here in the first place, too. Question that we will continue to have for a really long time, I'm pretty sure. The scroll icon is displayed at the top of the touchscreen. You can touch it to change your field of view. Like, well, it also has the R thing, so there you go. Oh, look, it's another door. There's a bit of slipping in. There's no light here, it's dark, and yet I can see really fairly well. If I look hard enough, I can just make out a door in the back. The door looks pretty heavy. There isn't anything on the wall. There's also the bed that we apparently woke up in that was fairly comfortable. This is by the way that it was being described, so if we try to open this door, we can actually have some luck. Icons will appear on the lower screen during the game. Investigate the area to represent more thoroughly. I'm not sure exactly what they... Oh, never mind. Guess maybe they just talk about this section, because once we go out in the hallway we can have a different navigation screen, as you can see. You know, the whole aesthetic of this game just reminds me of like vintage DOS adventure games and what have you, which definitely caught my attention. Looks like the ceiling fell down, blocking this path. What could it cause it to collapse like this? Well, there was a lot of ceiling to fall down, which pretty much tells you that we're probably at least in a place where there's a good chunk of stuff above us. Give a favor what that means. And that came out of nowhere. A bloodstained knife flew straight at me. It shreds my skin and my blood begins to drip out. Shock freezes me on the spot. I can't even feel the pain. For a while I didn't even breathe. I just stared the knife on the puddle of blood in front of me. I didn't even make a sound. I can feel sweat dripping down my body to mix with the blood. Finally I regain my senses. It's too dark to see anything. This knife didn't just hit me by chance. Could someone be after me? Could I have stumbled into some kind of old jigsaw facility? I grab my wound and shakily get to my feet. I stare around the room as if I'm looking for a clue. But also I think if you notice, even though I just got hit with a flying knife out of nowhere, my life doesn't seem to have gone down at all. And I suppose that makes sense, because that's meant to be a scripted event. But that life meter will come into play later. Also I think we're hearing doggos in the background as we come across another doggo door here. There was a similar drawing on the door in the room that I woke up in. Maybe this one will be unlocked then? Nope. That's a no-go. I think, yeah, we can also strafe with L and R if I don't want to, like, do turning. We can check the wall here, maybe. I think I see a door there. Or at least what might have looked like a wall. That's... person. A piece of wood in the shape of a cross is hanging from the wall. There's something hanging. There racks on a chunk of flesh. What's hanging from the cross? Shall we get hands-on confirmation of whatever this may be? It squishes with a wet, disgusting sound. This is rotten human flesh. The foul odor of decay fills my nose and mouth. I panic, trying frantically to rub the decayed flesh off my hand, but I can't get rid of the smell. I take a step back. I don't have time to go wondering about where I am. This place is dangerous, as evidenced by the human corpses that are nailed to the wall here. Probably a good indication of that being the state of affairs. The flesh has rotted away almost completely. What a stench. Well, what about the part of the wall itself? I guess that's pretty much it. There's this one unfortunate souvenir on the wall. Or perhaps there will be something more pleasant elsewhere. Well, there's something on the wall here. There's a key hanger with only one key. Key hung on the hook. Well, we grab the key. Maybe it'll help me escape. Take the key off the wall. On the key there's a picture of a dog, which I'm pretty sure we know immediately what the implication is for where we would be able to use that. But suddenly, an iron grate slams down with an ear-shattering clang to block my way. Oh, more dog sounds, but in closer proximity this time. There's hardly an iron grate. Oh, that's where it is. It's in the direction that we came from. I don't think I can go any farther. We can just kind of look at it again some more. The moment I took the key and iron grate dropped down, so perhaps we'd be able to make that thing go up again by returning the key. Well, before we do that, why don't we go this way instead? It might be a better option. It's the same drawing of the dog that we've seen several times. I don't know if it's exactly the same drawing of the dog, to be quite frank with you, but if we use the dog key on here, then surely. We hear the lock click open, and now... Door gives me some resistance, but slowly opens up, just like those ship bulkhead doors that Aya was messing with at the end of the other game. I am this superhuman who can end this world-threatening monster, but I'm gonna have a hard time opening some heavy doors. Touching certain objects such as the chair with the hand will allow you to hold on to them. Yeah, I think that when we get that as a suggestion that that's gonna happen, though, that's the time to start doing saves, because it's a bit of an interesting mechanic in this game. You can look at the chair. And it looks like the chair might have been dragged, so we can try to move the chair in various directions. We can move it to the right. There's something shiny back there on the ground. An elixir. If I use this, I should be able to heal myself. But I have no proof that this isn't poisonous. Might need it later. Take it with me just in case. And yeah, we better just hold on to those elixirs. We can also try moving it in different directions. You can push it, though. There's a trap activating and a needle flies out, piercing my fingers, so yeah. I don't think that took any life away, though. There's nothing useful on the floor. If we try to push it back, or pull it back... Oh no, we are losing tiny bits of life, but they're tiny at this point. Oh dear, if we mess about, there's not really any indication that anything like that might happen until we actually try it, so... It's pretty plentiful motivation for you to keep saves handy, but I mean, we did get hurt there. But we also just got an elixir, which, as you might imagine, does help with getting our health back. And now this door is unlocked. Leading us into this room with a bunch of books and papers. Could these be the archives? Should look at the map and try to figure out where I am. I mean, we can just look at the map. Touch a map and look at the body icon, or touch a body icon with the map to see a map of the places we visited and descriptions of the facility. Well, I mean, you can always just look at the map on the top screen, but... we can, I guess, reference it better with this. There's the dog door. The pinned corpse in the hallway, the metal grate that came down after we took from the key hanger, and the key hanger itself, but right now we're in the archives. So there we go. Our position has been confirmed. Let's take a look around in here. This place should be interesting. I mean, there's various bookshelves here. I guess this thing in the middle must be the door that we came in through based on how we're facing as per the map. There's a stack of papers. There isn't anything on the ground. There are several books stacked on the bookshelf. Don't think I need to take a closer look at the bookshelf right now, though. And here is another door. It says, "Welcome to Chaos." What could it mean? Can we open the door? Nope, apparently not quite as simple as all that. For just a second I feel myself black out. My vision blurs and I fall to my knees. A jolt of electricity shoots through my body. It's almost like it was waiting for me here. And also, Jeez, we're almost dead, if not completely dead. I take a few steps back from the door and lean against the desk. I hate this place. Why is this happening to me? Maybe that had to happen. These traps are everywhere. Paralyzed by fear and anxiety, I let myself fall to the ground, but I also notice a small glass container. Without thinking, I pick it up. It looks like an elixir. I should be able to use this to heal my wounds, but there's no guarantee. Well, that's the exact same description that we got for the first one. But hey, the alternative is not much better, so... we just automatically drink that, and... or no, we don't. We have to actually do it manually. But we get, I guess, the tutorial prompt. And now we're just in perfect shape again. Pain and fatigue melt away. After finally calming down, I stare at the door. It says, "Welcome to Chaos" on it. What is that supposed to mean? Why would someone write something like that on this door? I still don't know where we are at all. What does it mean? Well, there's lots of books and documents stored in here. There might be some clues here. Now we actually think that that's a good idea. Need to be really careful around here, though. There's the bloody knife. Terrible pain. I guess those are the two things, the two traps that we were supposed to experience, because they were scripted. Something very wrong with this place. And let's look at the bookshelves. The left one has nothing that stands out immediately, maybe. There's one called The Dark History. Those dark times will return. That's what it says on the spine. And apparently that's the only one that's on the left bookshelf. There's a lot of stuff here about wars. But apparently the main thing that you need to focus on there is the Dark History. What about the other one? There's the History of War. Everything we did was for peace and serenity. There's even more stuff about wars. There's a book called Guerrilla Warfare stuffed in here. Strike at your enemy's weaknesses. Go figure if any of this stuff is directly related to the situation that we're in right now. Well, that was very educational. There's the middle bookshelf. Okay, so that does count as a different hotspot. There's a book containing all of the rules of this facility. Well, I mean, shall we take a look? I pick up the book titled Rules. Actually, we're gonna take it back. Pushing the book to the right. Don't need to be too careful here. Oh, okay. Pull out the book and flip through the pages. We have to go down instead. Time, schedule, and regulations. You wake up at 05:12 hours. Breakfast is at 05:30 hours. You have only 18 minutes to get ready for breakfast. If you need to go to the toilet for longer than that after you wake up, then it's too damn bad. Training begins at 0600 hours. Lunch is at 1200 hours. I just got a DM from a bot. That's cool. Hold on a moment. Is he gonna show up here? No, apparently not. I'm just gonna ignore that and deal with that later. For now, I will do this and this. Just position everything the way that I had before. There we go. Let's keep going here. Break 1500 hours. Training ends at 1815 hours. Dinner begins at the exact same moment. The rest of the day is free time. But we had to wake up at like 5. Then you only had like 3 hours of free time. That doesn't seem very appealing. How long is the break? There are a lot of detailed rules outlined here. Well, now we know about the rules. What else do we have? Book titled The Mentality of a Prisoner. When you encounter a prisoner, be discreet and be on your toes. That's what it says on the spine. Some of these documents are about the history of the facility. The army defiled its sacred ground, is what it says on the spine. Did it say the army defiled sacred ground on the spine? I don't know if we're supposed to like pull out more of those books and read them, but we'll take a look at the shelf that's all the way on the right. It's filled with novels and children's books. At least that part of it is. There are a bunch of children's books. There's a book titled Brilliant Tomorrow on the shelf. The silver light covering the area healed my wounds. There's a book titled The World of Chaos on the shelf. That one seems interesting. There's The Ultimate Passion. At times passion can strike like a sword from above. Oh, I think that might be a suggestion that some of those books can like have certain effects if you interact with them. Let me test that out actually. I will save scam just in case something actually bad happens. But say for example if I take a look at, I don't know, this one. The Ultimate Passion, he can strike like a sword from above. What if I mess with that book? We get bloodstains. A bunch of needles fly out from between the books. Fluid stab into my body. Blood drips down the front of my shirt. And I lost a bit of health, but also Brilliant Tomorrow. And if I mess with this book... There's an elixir in here. Well, there we go. I mean, I guess we can live with this one wound that we found, so it doesn't automatically heal you or anything. It just gives you a free item, but there's also the World of Chaos, which seems like it's gonna be the one that's relevant right now. Pull on the book titled World of Chaos. I can pull it a little ways before it gets stuck. I can't move it any farther. I think it's blocked by something. Pull it harder and hear a loud click. I guess this book was the switch. So we definitely activated something. I feel like I should probably take a look at the other books again, because I feel like some of them also probably had more of those effects. The rules, we already read that one. The mentality of a prisoner, be discreet and be on your toes. The army defiled this sacred ground. Well, maybe not. I guess I might as well try it. But I can't find anything. Okay. It must be a blank book. How about this one? Oh, this one actually does hurt you. I don't know if any of the stuff that we found elsewhere is gonna also result in us getting more heals, but... Those dark times will return. Doesn't seem like a very appealing title to try. Strike at your enemy's weaknesses. It also seems like it will probably not have a good result. The history of war. Everything we did was for peace and serenity. Even this. Yep, apparently there is another elixir in here. So there we go. At least that part was worth it. But maybe now that we've gone ahead and trigger the chaos switch, we can you know, mess with the door here and not get completely demolished. There's no shock this time, and I slowly open the door. We have defeated the chaos puzzle. A piece of paper flutters to the ground in front of me. Perhaps it was stuck in the door, and yet that one was not completely fried by the electricity that was hooked up to it. Feels good. It reeks of blood, pain, insanity. Stench of blood, vomit, smell of rotten flesh. The sound of flesh being cut. Feels good. Something that I should definitely put into writing. I hear a voice. I hear it. Stab it, burn it, tear it, slice it, peel it. I don't think that's how that toy's catchphrase is supposed to go, but apparently it feels quite good. Realizing standing still, frozen in awe, the images in my mind, the smell, the sound, are they in my memory? The low, cold voice of a woman and the groans of an old man in agony echo in my head. Blood drips from a thin, fair arm. Is that me killing an old man? How do I know that's me if I don't know who I am or what I look like? This piece of lined paper is filled with tiny letters. It has a date on the top and says May Lee at the bottom. This is probably a page of somebody's journal. I skim the words. March 22, XX50. Torture. The torture will never end. The return of her daughter has made her more psychotic than ever. Sound and the smell. What does her daughter feel? She never moves and her face is always blank. How does her mother feel? The girl is skin and bones. It's the same as before. Whatever keeps them together I can never understand. Daughter. Torture. What am I doing here? Smell of blood, the screams of people in chains. Suddenly it all comes rushing back to me. It's horrible. My head, it feels like it's splitting in half. This piece of paper, it brought back a part of my memory. Even though I still don't remember anything that's actually important. But there we go. I think you keep a file in this game like in the classic Resident Evil games. And here you can see like the big barricade of cave-in stuff over to the side there. There's also like something that looks like a door here, but I guess we can't open that one. And then there's this. Just gonna have to explore everything. Here's the body disposal room. It's so dark that I can't really see anything, but there is something in there that's kind of shining kind of suspiciously, like a whole bit of shining ooze. Something is giving off a dim light. There's also a thing here, but it's too dark to see. I mean, shall we just keep on saves coming? Might be a little bit more efficient to do something like save states, but nah. Which will do it as whoever created this intended. Take a closer look at the patch of brown that's glowing strangely. It looks like fluorescent paint, and oh, what did you know? There's not a bottle, that's a can, but we got a can of paint that's apparently fluorescent. I decided to take it with me. I now have a nice can of fluorescent paint, but everything else is too dark to see. Do we wanna dump the fluorescent paint down this hole on the side here? Nah. And here we are, exam room. Door says exam room. Oh, let's try to open the door, but now it's locked. At least we don't have to like pick a direction to try and move the door or pull the door or what have you. Or if we pick the wrong direction we end up getting hurt. I feel like we have plenty of that elsewhere. We also have this boarded up passageway here, which doesn't seem like it leads anywhere as per the map, and yet we can see that it probably potentially does. Peers through the crack, but all I can see is darkness. Doesn't seem like we can really get anything else out of that. So let us move right along. There's something that I don't think we want to mess with quite yet, but we can at least take a look at it. There's a switchboard here covered in switches. This button is very, very well used. Now, maybe we can actually use it. Let's see. Get a meter up here. Button on the left is very, very well used. Button all the way on the left has been burned down to a dull red. This is dull red. This one is very, very well used. This one down here doesn't have anything strange about it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that maybe, well, pretty sure that maybe is a bit of a contradiction in terms, but I have the feeling, if I remember, that we're supposed to figure out what to do there just by looking at the descriptions of the buttons. But if we try to open this double door, nope, the door is locked. Okay, this actually would be a good time to do a bit of a save scan, because we can start messing with this box here. Well, before we do that, I guess I will actually assume that we don't have to put up with any bizarre nonsense that will occur as a result of us messing around with things. This button is very, very well used, so let's touch that exact same spot with... Ooh, okay, never mind. With our hand, there's nothing strange about this button. If we touch this spot... Oh, okay. Never mind. The panel lights up, illuminating my surroundings. At the same time I hear a loud click from a door far away. I suppose that was fine. Electricity is flowing through the switchboard now. I do get the feeling that if we touch certain other parts of the switchboard, though, we had the chance to get hurt. Apparently that door opened, and it looks like there's some electricity flowing now. I don't know which door would have opened, but if there is electricity flowing, well, I guess you get like a blue dot on the map. Surely this isn't the door that would have been opened by the power flowing. Don't know if that would make sense even. Nope, it's still locked. Just we can sidestep here like a crab until we get to where we want to be. Maybe the switch I hit earlier turned on the lights, because this room seems brighter. Large gaping hole on the floor. Can't take my eyes off of it. What could this hole be for? We can take a closer look. We can't mess with the hole directly, can we? There's a large hole. It probably leads to the floor below, but we need I guess, a bit of an assurance that we won't die if I jump down there. There are rocks on the ground, down a couple of rocks. And I think that's pretty much the answer to what we have to do here. There isn't anything strange here, and we can grab one of the rocks though. We'll do that first. Kind of want to mess with the chains too, but I don't remember if that will result in something bad happening. We now have a palm-sized rock. And now we can combine items, yeah. It just spells out what you're supposed to do. Right now, but before we do that, well, never mind, I guess we have to do that first. Let's... oh, whoops, no, never mind. How do we do this again? We use this? No. Do we use this? No, we don't. We put that in the box. Okay, so we do have to do a separate thing. It's not like a one-button shortcut thing. And now we have a glowing rock. It's a sickly sort of glow, probably because rocks don't bleed purple. Or maybe they do, and you've just been looking at the wrong rocks. They also don't bleed blue, but that's beside the point. I mean, blue might be the best color to use there, because it would be the more, like when it comes to light, blue is like the most obnoxiously bright and oppressive light. Chains don't budge at all when I pull them, so I guess we can't actually tear apart the chains here. What if we throw the glowing rock down the hole? Bounces off the walls of the hole. Eventually it reaches the bottom. I can see the rock's fluorescent paint glowing sickly from the bottom of the hole. Doesn't seem too deep. Probably leads to the next level down. But if I jump into this hole, will I be able to get out? Well, only one way to find out. There's clearly no better option whatsoever that we can take here, so let's go down the hole. I going to die at the hands of whoever set these traps? Well, apparently it's not until we actually fall down the hole that we're able to get this intro, which I forgot existed. Well, how long is that FMV? A little bit longer than I thought it might be. Well, that was unfortunate. Maybe he should have been driving a little bit slower. That might have been a good idea. Well, here we go. Still don't know if that paper in the background of the title card is supposed to be like a soul phage or what, partiture thing, but well, we get a prompt to save again after that fall down the hole move, so let's do that. I guess I better just keep on save for now. I don't think you can get soft locked in this game. I guess unless if you just keep on killing yourself on purpose. I began to open my eyes. I was probably dreaming. Decaying corpses, horrific and bizarre traps surrounded by the darkness and the smell of blood. It must have all been a dream. I repeat this to myself as I continue to slowly open my eyes, but reality refuses to give me any salvation from that nightmare. Oh no, it wasn't a dream. I mean, even if you had figured out that it was a dream, what would you have expected to wake up to? I don't know where I am. I can't even remember who I am. The room feels cold and lifeless. The smell of death creeps into my senses. I rise from the cold floor, consumed by despair. I must have fallen in here and been knocked unconscious. Why do I have to do this? It smells horrible here. It's hard to keep myself from vomiting. Memory seems all over the place. Some of the images are clear. They make me feel somewhat nostalgic. It's probably something I've forgotten. Where is this place and what am I doing here? Can't come up with an answer. I need to think of a way to get out of here. Focus on the reality ahead of me and take a step forward. Only just now we made it to the first stage of like, I don't remember. That's like the main division of the game. I think there's supposed to be 4 of these, but they're if what I remember is any indication, they're a lot longer than you might expect. For some reason a silver-haired woman appears in my mind, but she's also horrifying and she's got red all over her. Eyes filled with rage, lips red with blood, and hair that's thick and muddled with the sweat of others. I'm going to be killed. I see this woman kill someone. Don't want to die here without any of my memories. If I look up... Oh, I look up and see this, not I look up from this view and see something else. The hole I fell through is too high for me to reach, but apparently I fell. Oh, apparently we decided that the hole wasn't too deep, but we also fell far enough that we passed out, and we were surprised that we were alive after that. Blood litters the walls. Blood, blood, blood. Something inside me moved. The smell of blood. For some reason I'm attracted to that smell. I want to get closer to it. There's also a thing on the ground here, an axe on the floor. Shall we call it our axe this time? Can break small obstacles with this, but it might break if I'm not careful. I don't know if we have to use that for something specific, but... there's a stretcher down here, as well as this weird alcove that we looked at. I mean, can we get closer to the smell? Slowly walk closer and touch the chunk of blood. I find a piece of paper soaked in blood. What will this one say? And why was this recorded in a piece of paper furthermore? As we pretty much have to wonder, when we find most files in a horror game, where people died and we ran out of vaccine. You stay here, you'd be killed. They were all hostile to each other. Survivors decide to leave and find a new place to live. You have to come with us. What about Mother? Well, it's not clear if the images that we saw there represented like what the dialogue was. What was actually happening. Let's go to where your mother is. I just mumble these words out loud. These memories again. I look at the piece of paper that evoked the memories. Does it say something different? It looks like a page from a picture diary. Such a spidery handwriting. It's probably a girl's handwriting. I skim the words. February 05 XX50. Escaping from the disease. It became an epidemic. More than half the villagers died. I hear that the vaccine had run out as well. Can't stay here any longer. Today we were advised to abandon the village and move. Have to leave those who are infected by the virus behind. Soon I'll see my mother. That's apparently all that happened. Or all that was actually written down. Am I here to escape from the disease? I mean, it looks like I'm gonna end up catching more disease if I stay in this place. There are no drawings in the diary. Put the paper in my pocket. How can I back out from here? Should we just leave? Now that we've explored that and found that. Well, wouldn't you know if there's actually a thing. You're in the wall, which I guess is what we're looking at. And now we're at a different place. I think I remember this place. Didn't realize we would get here so soon. Because my memory is just the worst when it comes to this game. Well, there appears to be a room in the corner up here. What could be making such a horrible aroma? Well, why would you try to find a place like this? Broken tools and 2x4s in here. I don't know if that means that we should like have the broken tools. The other things that are broken, or all of them are broken and don't seem useful. Among the tools is a sturdy 2x4, so there we go. You can use this to check dangerous areas. If you don't feel like just putting your hand in a place that looks like it's gonna eat you, you can just use one of those instead. There's a lot of debris here. I can see some broken tools, but I don't know if we're really gonna find anything more than that. And even though I'm pretty sure she said 2x4s plural before, I think that's gonna be like pretty much it. As far as what she's able to find there. I remember playing this in like 2011 when I had first got on a computer with an AMD CPU. which was a laptop at that, and I just kind of remember that I was able to run a lot of games that I wasn't really able to play before on PC quite well, but also when it came to games like this, it would work, but it would be laggy as hell, so it was even more awkward trying to play this back in the day. Is this another boarded up door? I wonder if we can use the axe to break through this place. We can try it out. The wood shutters opening up a hole to a hallway further in. I guess we can go in there now. Yeah, I guess it's like maybe a potential shortcut with something in the middle too. Well, maybe not so much a shortcut if you have to go through a room in the middle. But there might be something good inside here. Mold seems to have accumulated since the building was abandoned. There's writing here at North's End lies a path. I guess that means that I think that we can pretty much just figure this out by ourselves by continuing to explore, but I'm pretty sure the map that's visible right now is definitely not the full map of this floor. Let's pop this 2x4 into our inventory. There are broken chairs. Broken supplies are piled up. It might crumble if I touch it, so that's probably a schmuck bait for getting hurt. And there's the door into the back hallway. But it won't budge. It must be broken. Really, I guess there's only one way into this room, after all. So it's not a shortcut at all, by any stretch of the imagination. Let me check something. I'm sure that we're supposed to like keep going to the north and east there, but if we double back to here, and we go all the way over here, we try this door, will we be able to get in here? Unique atmosphere. That seems very, like a very fluff description that doesn't actually mean anything. But yeah, sure enough, doesn't look like we can open that one. So let's keep going in this direction instead, so... Well, we can look at that, there's a door here. It's not quite just a continuation of a path, but it's a large door. It can't be opened by hand. There is, however, a button right next to it. Can I open the door with this switch? Oh my gosh, we got a raid from Crimson Blades. Welcome, welcome everyone. And welcome all with the Namira, wherefore art thou Namira? Thanks very much for dropping by. Not yet for anyone here. If you don't already know who Crimson Blades is, I assume that my bot is working probably right now. Crimson Blades is a really cool dude. Who I met as a mod for another really cool person that we've met. And that has become a friend of the stream, who is Phoenix Pearl. But Crimson also has a stream and is pretty nice, pretty chill time. Currently playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. How was Kingdom Come Deliverance? Tell me about it. I think that I did play a little bit of that game at one point, but I only played like a few hours of it. I didn't really get too far into it, but it did seem like the kind of game that seemed pretty interesting. Reminded me a bit of Elder Scrolls, but apparently it's a bit more of a potential hurdle to get past the kind of situation that you're in at the beginning of the game, but progressing through KCD really well now. Beginning sucks, but I'm finally getting to the point where I can fight 3 to 4 dudes at the same time, and it's amazing. Yeah, Well, that sounds pretty good, because yeah, pretty much all I remember is getting beat up by that drunk guy at the start of the game when I tried it. Is Dracula's voice am I being seduced? Well, I wouldn't know how to answer half of that, but the other I would be willing to answer in a very ambiguous way. It may or may not be true. Which of those two things I am referring to for which of the things that I say, that is up to you to figure out. I mean, I know very well what the answer is, but...
Nice.
But you may or may not choose to interpret it differently. Also, thank you very much for the follow, Ike Cube, and yeah. Big hello not just to Crimson, but to anybody else who I might have missed coming in. Panic Sloth, thank you for joining the raid as well. And yeah, hope everyone's doing well. Right now I'm just going through Theresia, which is this game on DS. Like a horror exploration adventure, which reminds me a lot, aesthetics-wise, of a whole bunch of like classic old DOS PC horror games. And that I've known about for a long time, but that I've never really been able to finish, so typically when I find a game like that that does interest me to that degree, but that I, for whatever reason, don't manage to finish by myself, clearly the easiest way to go about that is just bring it to stream and then I will be forced to finish it. But honestly, I feel like I've known about this game for about 10 years, like I was talking about earlier, so definitely want to finally see what the end of it is. Well, what we know about the plot right now is that we're apparently a young girl who woke up in this mysterious facility full of traps, and apparently some kind of a war happened. She's got like broken memories. And we haven't really found anybody else down here. I don't think we will find anybody else down here anytime soon. If my memories of my previous attempts of going through this game are anything to go by, we can find these random dead ends here, which I don't think would have anything useful in them, but might as well take a look. There's a rubble, a little bit difficult to proceed, but there's a 2x4 right by the wall. Okay, never mind. So yeah, well, if you're wondering what the life part of the UI is that we can end up getting dead by running into too many traps that we can randomly find by going to places that we're not supposed to, or examining parts of the background that we're not supposed to. We can use the 2x4s to like probe those parts without getting hurt, or use the elixirs if we do get hurt to avoid dying. Speaking of that, I'm pretty sure that's a blue glow elixir right there. There's something glowing in the rubble. That usually just means that there's an elixir right there. Glass container full of medicine. I can heal myself with this. And also I see Crimson Blades has redeemed the voice impression for Deckard Cain. And I thought for just a moment that that might be an attempt, that what I'm reading here might be an attempt to recreate the lyrics of the Deckard Cain rap, but perhaps not quite. I think Deckard Cain actually, ironically enough, even though I was told quite a while back that that's one of the voices that I should probably add for this. I think might be the only voice that I haven't actually had as a specific request for that option in the past, so I will try my best to make this work. Okay, just gonna have to like get back in the zone of that for a moment. I was thinking of Bane from the Batman movie. Well, that is another option if you look at the reward. The voice impression reward, you can definitely select that if you like. Or Sean Connery. I mean, I used to speak a lot more like Sean Connery like several years ago when I first started streaming. But right now I'm gonna have to remember what Deckard Cain sounds like. It's like, stay a while and listen. Yeah, like that. So a bit like a meeker Sean Connery almost. I think that's supposed to be on purpose. Okay, here we go. Deckard Cain Redemption. My name is Namera. I am a sorcerer from realms beyond your ken. Wander what seems aimlessly through corridors aplenty in search of artifacts to empower my Horadric cube. The balance between angels and demons is tipping. Which side will we choose? I have no idea what Deckard Cain laughs like. I'm sorry, I don't remember if I ever heard that in the past. Heckin' ad? Oh no, was there an ad? Right when I was doing that. That's very unfortunate, but I mean I can have a take two if that would be more convenient, or hope that that is clipped. Were you able to hear that, Crimson? I hope you were. But yeah, I feel like out of all the voices that are in that option, I feel like Deckard Cain would also be the one that I haven't really, made an attempt on my own to, practice or emulate or anything like that, so I do hope that was... that was a good execution. But yeah, thank you, Crimson, for redeeming the voice impression reward. Just in time for me to nab another 2x4. Stay a while and you may be able to watch me completely fail to use this 2x4 because I don't like to use items from my inventory even when that's pretty much the only purpose that they have in the game. And I'm pretty sure that if you go far enough you will very easily in this game come to the point where you can no longer carry any more of those in your inventory, because I'm pretty sure that the limit for carrying elixirs and 2x4s is either 9 or 10. I want to say 9. But I don't quite remember. We're very, very slowly trying to map out as many of these tunnels as possible. Yeah, interesting that this game came out in 2008. The design reminds me of Beholder from 1996. Well, I mean, the general navigation does remind me of, these old dungeon crawlers in the style of maybe either the Beholder or, even Elder Scrolls 1. Or other stuff with that kind of aesthetic. But, like I may have mentioned before, I'm pretty sure this game, I think, originally came out for Japanese cell phones, but it was... well, I guess brought over to DS at some point. Also, thank you very much for the lurk, Ike Cube. We do like lurkers here a lot. But hey, I found another dead end with another elixir in the ground. We're already getting our collection of elixirs quite full. We also got different views, as you can kind of tell. We got the 3D view where you explore these hallways and what have you, and we also got the zoomed-in view where you do, I guess, the UI is more in line with something like a traditional point-and-click thing where you're examining parts of the background and trying to figure out if you want to do something with those details or what have you. And hey, there you go. There's your clip. I'm a little bit curious as to how that sounded, because like I said, I keep on saying I'm gonna end up being quite critical. I guess I'm gonna pause the thing here for a moment so it goes quiet. Deckard Cain Redemption. My name is Namera. I am a sorcerer from realms beyond your ken. Wander what seems aimlessly through corridors aplenty in search of artifacts to empower my Horadric cube. The balance between angels and demons is tipping. Which side will we choose? Okay, here we go. I feel like I'm just gonna end up being more critical of myself. I feel like the part that stands out to me the most is the whole laughter, because honestly, as someone who played all the Diablo games, I don't think I remember any part in those games where Deckard Cain would have actually laughed. And I feel like if I did remember something like that, that's probably what I would have wanted to go with to kind of emulate, but I don't think that's something I remember. Oh goodness. Another one of these big doors with a switch. So there's one in this kind of north middle before we go into the... Oh, okay. for these maze-like hallways, I add passages to the map. Oh, there you go. Well, apparently not only a map, but also even more maze-like hallways behind that door. But yeah, we found a door in the, like, middle or just left, or the right edge of the left part, the left third, if that makes sense. It looked just like that. But that one wouldn't open, but this one will open apparently. No, I missed it. Oh, that's unfortunate, but yeah, there's the clip. I feel like maybe I could even try to have my own interpretation of the Deckard Cain rap, but I feel like for something like that, it would have to cost at least twice as much. Actually, no, I feel like that's cheap enough, that redemption, that it would have to cost like at least 3 times as much to convince me to do something like that. And also, I have no idea if like an instrumental version of the beat that's used in that even exists. Wouldn't surprise me too much if it did, I guess, but I mean, I also have been known to do karaoke-related stuff in the past, so. Some devices lined up. What are these devices about? Every device has many buttons and switches on it. I mean, I guess this would be a good time to save scum like I like to do, because of the fact that you can actually die in this game. When we press the buttons and switches on the device, nothing happens. Okay, I guess that was just pretty much a moot point then. I do vaguely remember this part, though, as having like a puzzle where we're gonna have to manipulate these things. Like some of these blocks are kind of free-floating, or they can be released to be free-floating, and they're released to gonna be flowing back to like filling gaps in other parts of the map. It seems to be floating on water. Those wooden boards secure it so it doesn't flow away. If I can release this floor, I might be able to connect the path and... Okay, so the wooden boards are keeping it in place, so we smash those boards with the old axe. Yeah, there we go. The axe easily shatters the wood. And there it goes. Check out those sweet FMVs. It does... I guess it's not really free-floating, it's more like being carried on a rail underneath. So it doesn't deviate. Okay, so we could have walked across those things, those blocks, but rather... We're just gonna go ahead and go to the other side and... I'll do the same thing as long as we're here. There is no reason not to do this, I believe. There goes the bridge. It's convenient that there's another very much more firm bridge right behind that one. If my vague recollection of this part is any indication, I don't think there's any reason not to just break these things as soon as you find them. I mean, I can't actually no, I can't step onto this thing, but... I guess I might as well tempt fate and literally be standing on it when I do this. I don't think that will actually change anything, though. I was gonna say... I get the feeling that if I do this, well, when I do this, since I'm already locking myself into it, it'll just move me back one space. Let's sidestep here, and yeah, that carries it up to fill the hole in this corner, and now we can keep going this way. There's a thing there, is there a thing here? I guess any of those look like they have the handle thing. Oh, we have to break the thing over there to be able to keep moving this way. I was never really good at cards anyway. Oh, you. I would try to make some kind of pun about how, maybe relating to the bridge as a musical term, but probably doesn't help that I don't actually know what that means in musical terms, in technical terms. I can say something along the lines of, hey, I will rock out over here. When I walk this way, I take my axe and I take it to the bridge. I will take this bridge and use it as an opportunity to break it down. And there it goes. We're flowing like mad now. I would make some kind of additional joke on that line of thought about something being on fire, but that doesn't actually seem to apply here. I'm not even sure like where I'm going, but I assume that if I am able to keep moving south, then that's probably a good thing. Okay, so we're missing something here. We have to break another one of these things up and get it to come down here. Also that passageway over there, I think we might actually be able to make a bridge to that at some point. I vaguely remember that maybe you have to do something like that. Okay, so here's the thing. Where you maybe have to actually leave that alone for a moment so that you can go this way and do something different, but yeah, maybe. I mean, I want to believe that there's no actual way to get yourself soft-locked in this game, but I'm not even too sure about that. Okay, so I mean, I think if I break this thing, it will literally just go. Let's move one space over down there, so it's only for. So I don't soft-lock myself if I break this thing and I'm on this side. I'll just break everything. Rather than just looking at it. And there goes the stone segment. I think I actually have to do that, or no, let me see what happens if I try to do this, but I don't do it from this angle, but rather from this one. If I do this, does it eliminate the need for breaking the other one, or will it forcibly put me in the direction that's directly opposite from this wooden thing? It's a good problem to have, but like not having something on fire. Okay, yeah, so it does transport you over here, so you need to break both of them. Yeah, probably a good idea to not set stuff on fire or be near stuff that's on fire as a general norm. And also just generally good practice to not be able to get soft-locked in an adventure game. Pretty much became the standard after the early days of Sierra and the early days of LucasArts, even though that was a bit of an interesting time, because I'm pretty sure that LucasArts were preaching that, hey, we're not gonna kill you just for exploring or screw you over just for exploring and trying different things as early as the first handful of adventure games that they put out, even though that small handful of games did have that as a problem. Okay, I think I see what the deal is here. I think breaking this block, or breaking the barrier on this thing, will put me on the side that I am right now, and not the other side. Once we get out of this screen, unless I am wrong, I might have been wrong. Can I keep moving south? If I can keep moving south, I assume that I was right instead. Okay, well, I can go this way, which I'm pretty sure that we only became able to get to by releasing as many of those blocks as possible. I'm guessing for now that this was the end goal of that whole section, to get over here, where we can apparently turn right around and go up the stairs to a different floor, like in Arx Fatalis. It's an interesting game to compare this one to, I would say, but it's pretty much what these screens remind me of. But if I climb these stairs, it's like I can't get out of here. When can I get out of here? I don't want to die in this godforsaken place without any of my memories. Clench my fist to try and stay focused. Or I could take a time to admire the blood-stained walls over here. Well, let's manually ascend the stairs with our hands. Okay, that put us back on B2F, which I think is the place where we started the game, yeah. We started it not in this place though, but rather in that other part of the map that's on the bottom left. Is there anything on this wall? No. We could go in this door, we came in through the bottom right. I'll try to remember that. What's in here? As I set my foot down on the floor, I feel the cold, sick tingle of ice. This must be the freezer. Something that looks like a towel is sitting on the wooden box. I could grab the towel, but I should probably save scan before I do that. Every single thing that we can potentially pick up. Feels like it's tempting me to save scum. It looks like a towel. Okay, so that's the only thing that you notice about this part of them. No time to go save scum. I'll try to pick both of these things up, I guess. My breath forms a cloud in the cold air as I reach for the paper. Very colorful. Oh, these flowers are really red. What kind of flowers are these? Only a few red flowers, surely. Since when were they in full bloom? Gonna have to leave. Time to go to bed. Alright, Chogokeki, thanks for stopping by. And see you around. Have a good night. I'm gonna vibe with the beautiful flowers a little bit longer. Beautiful flowers fill the garden. And also I will hydrate as well, if I can remember where I put this thing. There we go. And thank you for the hydrate as well. Red flowers are blooming in the garden. They do seem to like our red flowers. My mother was there. I heard that they started blooming when you came. I wonder why. Why do you think that is? Why does that, the last part of that question mark, cut off the edge of the screen? Doesn't seem to be the actual edge. I come to, I realize that I've been staring off into space, and I don't have the right thing selected. There we go. Another memory. I look at the piece of paper in my hand. It looks like a page of a girl's diary. I skim the words. June 11, XX40. Red flowers. It's been almost 6 years since I started living here. I'm 7 years old now. Those red flowers that started growing when my mother came, there are thousands of them now. Mother looks so beautiful surrounded by the red flowers. I want to spend more time with Mother, so I'll do whatever she tells me to. That's very concise. I snap back to reality to find myself breathing hard and covered in a cold sweat. I feel something heavy in the pit of my stomach. My head hurts. And if I remember though, I think there might be a way to check all of these journal entries. Map is here, piece of a journal is here. And I think we only have this one bit of paper, so I think if we use that like this, we can check all the journal entries that we found here. Well, if any of these are missable, but I guess we're like filling up different parts of the file. I mean, it does seem like a bunch of them are optional anyway, so ostensibly some of them are going to be missable. What about the towel though? Reach for the towel on top of the wooden box. There's a frozen towel, frozen stiff. I think that we don't really have to worry about that being time sensitive as we move around either, so if we ever need a frozen towel, we know where to find that. I might as well try to go this way first. There's nothing in this kind of dead-end hallway, is there? Apparently apparently not. There's also like these other bunches of doors on the wall, but apparently those are never gonna open. Let's check out what's on the southernmost part of this place. Oh goodness, there's something flying at our face here, namely loads and loads of bugs on the wall. Some sort of creature desperate for food. Can't tell what they are. They feel like bugs. They fill every corner of the room. The walls shimmer and writhe with their bodies. I can feel them looking at me hungry. Oh yeah, probably not a good idea to touch them. They're terrifying, but for some reason some part of me feels relieved. These are the first living things I've seen since I woke up. Without a doubt the bugs are alive. Probably survived by eating something that we could have eaten. There's a wooden box filled with grain. In both parts of the room, apparently. Jars on the shelves that were eaten by the insects. Food. Well, that used to be there and was eaten by the insects. There's something shiny in the middle of the sword, but I don't think we can stick our hand in there and grab it. So I better just keep that in mind for the time being. I'm gonna check out this door next, the one that's not directly in front of me, but the one that's to the left, and it's like directly north of the room that we were last in. It's another room filled with bugs. I can see another elixir in here. I mean, presumably there was another one. Also being swarmed over by the bugs in the previous room, but I don't think we have an easy way to get to either of them right now without getting mauled by the bugs anyway. Well, we seem to have a pretty easy way to determine which part of this room the bugs are in, or which part of this floor the bugs are in. Whatever fills the room here, there's a sink and some rotten chicken meat. Can we grab the chicken meat and use that to tempt the bugs maybe? Oh, the sink. Shall we turn it counterclockwise or clockwise? Let's turn it counterclockwise if I can. Oh, I guess we have to actually... Hold on, I have to do this with the actual touchscreen thing. Turn on the faucet. It's really dirty, but at least it's water. But I can't get this to the fire, which is not really evident why we would want to do that. There's a flame crackling in front of the door. I don't think that's a fire source that we really want right now. There's a blue light shining on the shelves. The meaning of that should be pretty evident, I think. A number of pieces of old silverware and an elixir. There's a stove, an oven, and other various pieces of kitchenware. I think we're gonna get a lot of use out of them though. So there's a sink and a chicken meat, and apparently we can only interact with the sink right now. We can't grab the chicken meat to like tempt the bugs. Which is what I thought we might have to do. Can't go to the adjacent room because the door's on fire. Can't also reach the adjacent room from the other door that leads to that in the hallway, I would presume. That would be too convenient. Won't budge. I guess the door is broken. Door won't open. I guess it's broken. There's only a couple of rooms in this floor that we haven't got into yet. There's the one here. There's a lot of stuff in here. There are books and pieces of wood scattered around. Some 2x4s nearby. I guess we might as well just yoink close. Or at least yoink the one. That's pretty much all that indicates. Even if it says that there are several, there's really only one. Broken vases and other decorations are scattered across the shelf. There's also a blue light shining through a crack. And an elixir sitting between two of the vases, but so far we have been sharp enough to not fall victim to more of those traps. Nothing really catches my eye there or on the floor, so that might be everything. I guess that was the whole purpose of this room. Yeah, I thought there was like some kind of open space or something in the lower part, middle part of that room, but I guess not. It was just a trick of the light. The light of that particular pixel being rendered. Let's see what we got here. We got a couple different places we can go. We got another room with bugs, so yeah, they're all in like the west rooms of this floor. If I stay calm, they'll leave me alone. Swarm of bugs, what? Covers up whatever else there might be on the desk, which might be a good idea to try and figure out. There's brown bags with food in them, which are now in the box food. And more jars that used to have food, but now it's been eaten. It's pretty convenient that they don't block the door once we're in here. Let's go to the other place, the place right here. What do we have? We got a door with a chicken on it, which may or may not be open right now. There's some connection between the dog and the chicken. Oh, I wonder. There's a keyhole, but if we try to open the door, we can't actually open it. Well, that's inconvenient. We just found this frozen towel. This might be a good time, I guess, to try and get another freebie hand from the pendant. A picture of a chicken. This may work the same way as a drawer with a picture of a dog. Well, yeah, that seems pretty self-evident, but I guess that thing also is contextual. I can't remember if it was. Doesn't really tell me where we're supposed to be able to find the key, though. I can try one thing. I have no idea if it'll result of me getting hurt. But I will at least give it a go. I'll come in here, I will save scan one more time. And I will try to use this frozen towel with the fire. Oh. Use a frozen towel with the sink. I mean, even if you were to hit that with cold water, as long as it was actually water, that would obviously mean that it's not cold enough to where it's gonna do it's gonna be solidified, so it should still be hotter than the ice, the frozen thing. Oh, shoot, hold on. Let's go to the hallway. You might have to backtrack into the other place, but I don't remember if that makes sense. The place with all the water. I can't use my items in here, so what I can try to do is maybe go to the door that leads to the stairs. Assume that's gonna put me in one of those screens where you look at the stairs. No, apparently not this time, it just skips that. Well, let's not go to the stairs right now. Don't know if there's anything else that we... Well, maybe there is. Maybe I should go and check this out. Actually, I'm not even 100% sure if it's possible for me to backtrack to the beginning of this area with the current state that the platforms are in, but... Guess I'm gonna find out. We'll go this way, and apparently it is possible for me to at least get this first, so that's a good sign. That thing that's locked in. Okay, that's not a thing that I can move. There's nothing there. There is nothing on the right here, I could see that. Well, one thing that I'm kind of suspecting might be the case. Well, a couple of different things. If I go here and I turn to the left, will I be able to release that? No, apparently I can't release that. Are there any passageways that are to my left right now that would connect with like the main part of this place? Where is this? But apparently there's no platform in front of it right now that I can use. So I can go here, I don't know where this goes. This might just go to like the same place that I came in through. No, it doesn't. Just got used and forgot where that leads. Well, I think I'm gonna try to make my way back to like the left side of this floor, because I don't remember if this is actually the case, but I think that the fact that we were able to open this door, the one that leads into this whole area, may have also made it possible to open the other door that looked like that. That was more on the left side. You shouldn't have to fight goblins while moving through these hallways like in Radical Dreamers or anything. Just do a little bit of crop walk so I don't have to turn all the time. And here we are, I think this should be it, yeah. So can I open this door now is what I want to find out. I'm sure to hope that I don't get punked and it realized, or it turns out that can't actually do anything with this yet. Nothing happens. Oh wow. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't think we can really go anywhere else right now though. I mean, I could go back to the bug area. Other than the fire that's there, I'm not sure if there's really anything I could do. I'll go into this room. I'm not sure that I got everything from this room, but I believe that I probably did. Smell of mold. Now let's select the pendant again. What happens if we use the pendant in this room? To get out of here, I need to check every room I can get to right now. Okay, so this would be one of them, wouldn't it? Broken chairs, there's a pile of broken supplies, which might crumble if I touch it, and probably will crumble if I touch it. There's this door which also doesn't open, that leads to the other place. I think we found any new keys. We found this key, which is the dog key, it's not the chicken key. I guess just to see if something happens, or rather to confirm what will happen. I can try to mess with the pile of junk that's on this side of the room. Sift through the pile of supplies and... oh goodness. Different tools and things move around to reveal several pieces of metal coming for me. I get cut by metal. Is there any direction that I can move that thing in that I will not resolve in that? There's nothing of interest, okay, no. No matter what happens, that will happen, so... time to capitalize on the save scan by going back to a timeline where that hadn't happened yet. Let's go back, I guess. There's not really any other actual rooms that we can get to on this side of the map. So, oh well, I guess I still need to come back here. Take a look at these hallways. I guess I didn't really fill them all out completely when I came around this way, but it looks like they're all dead ends anyway. There's nothing here, not even a dead end with rubble that I could potentially examine. There's one here. Are there any items that I can grab from here? Maybe a 2x4. No, I guess not. Guess we're not getting that at this point, at this precise moment. And thank you for the Lorca cube. To hope that lurkers have a good time here. I have to go this way, right? I am bad at orienting myself right now. But don't keep going that way now. Go this way instead. think I really see any other places where we can end up in the water area either, where I haven't already been to, or that we could actually access anything new. I could check, I suppose, one more time these things that are in the corner here. Control panel looking things, which didn't really seem to have any use before. What if I use my pendant while I'm on this screen? Get out of here, I need to check it out of every room that I can get right now. Maybe that just means like to get out of this floor, which we've already done. Or to get through this floor, where we want to see that. Well, thank goodness for the crab walk. It does make this a little bit less tedious to navigate. But if sometimes you do need to, actually be able to look where you're going. Since I mentioned Arx Fatalis as the one thing that I'm reminded of when I check the stairs to this room, or the stairs not to this room, but that let you move between the floors, like that whole mechanic. I think that might be a bit more apropos than I actually intended, since I think it does, in fact, also emulate Arx Fatalis in that you have to keep going back to floors that you've been to before. Okay, what if I use a pendant in here? I grabbed a frozen towel and a piece of paper. From this room. There's nothing very interesting in this room. Okay. Maybe I go into one of the rooms with the bugs, or the room with the fire, and that might be more productive. I think I can use one of my 2x4s to like make a torch with a towel or anything like that, unfortunately, but I know that would make more sense. Let's start with this room. What is the suggested course of action for trying to figure out what to do here? Need to put out these flames to get to the room in the back. Well, yeah, that seems evident enough, but we don't have anything to carry water in. Can't really use the towel either. I can try to, I don't know, mess with the stove and the oven and all that stuff. No, not the... oh, damn it. I didn't mean to touch the fire, but it was pretty predictable what would happen if I tried to do that. My own flesh is now burning. Test out all the kitchen utensils are all broken. Okay, that's what I wanted to find out. We can also examine the sink. What if we turn it in the other direction? Turn the faucet is shut tight. Okay, how do I keep on turning the faucet in that direction? Okay, same result. I'm supposed to use a hose to get the water over from the faucet to the fire, surely. I think we're gonna find anything like that anyway. Okay, what if I go into this room? I feel like the middle room is the one where it's like the most obvious that there's something that we may or may not be able to grab if we can just get the box to move away for a moment. Is there a way to get rid of this box even temporarily? Oh yeah, I think if we try to throw fire at them or something. That would probably result in them moving, but I don't remember how we accomplish that. I guess we'll do another save scum here so I can test using the towel, even though I don't think this will work. It's frozen stiff too. Nah. Well, thanks for the stream. I gotta pass out. Have a wonderful day. Alright, you too, Crimson Blades. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you to everyone who stopped by as well, and have a good night. Hope that I can see you soon. Also gonna hope that I can figure out what to do here, because I don't remember. I might just consider it for a game to like look up a guide at least until I get to the point in the game that I had gotten to before, which is definitely nowhere near this point. It's quite a lot farther along, but this is definitely one detail that I do not recall. Bases, decorations, books and pieces of wood scattered around. I guess I can really just confirm if we use this whether or not there's anything useful in this room anymore. There's a wooden box on the corner of the shelf. Okay. We have to aim at the wooden box. This box looks pretty old. There are pieces of wood scattered about the room. And if I look at the wooden boxes that seem to be here, so I check the wooden box in here. Rather than lean off the box, I guess we push it, try to lift it. And hear the sound of metal rubbing against metal from inside the box. Okay, well, what if we try to pull it? What if we move it to this side? Okay. We can't push or pull the lid off, but moving it in the other axis does the job. There's two black objects inside the box, but apparently also a trap. Metal blade flies out of the box straight at me. And knocks the lid back into place. I guess do we have to forcibly use a 2x4 here? Or is this just going to result in the 2x4 getting broken? What if we open it with the 2x4? Blade flies out of the box straight for me. It slams into the 2x4, shattering it. Oh, no, I guess we had to use that. Okay, so that wasn't actually even optional there. That is weird. What if we just burn up all of the 2x4s that we had with us? But yeah, I guess I kind of jinxed myself about the whole situation by saying that it couldn't possibly be a house. I legitimately do not remember, even though I definitely got farther in this game than this before that house existed. But now it's time to put that to use, I would say. At least I think it's going to be pretty straightforward, trying to figure out what to do from this point on. At least for the immediate present. There it is. You can use this hose to spray the fire, but now we have to open the faucets. Let's turn it the proper way. And reach the fire with this. And you kind of have to wonder what the fuel that the flames were burning on was, that they were just able to keep burning indefinitely. Oh, there we go. The hose will stay with me. At least I can keep going now. And now the door is no longer on fire. The cafeteria is full of chairs and tables arranged in neat lines. Nothing really catches my eye. At least not back there, but there should be something in this room. This desk is covered in random stuff. There's a notepad in a pile of junk. Destroy their swarms with the fires of hell. Well, I would love to do that, but I kinda need some kind of tool to be able to do that. There's a dull light underneath this table. Ooh, okay. And apparently we can't search under the desk, just like that. Or we will get impaled. Anyway. There's something sharp protruding from under the table. What if we use another 2x4 on this table? Inch in with the 2x4. Feel the tip of the 2x4 hit something. Take a closer look and see a sharp needle protruding from the foot of the table. Well, I did use my hand before, that's why I know it's there. Well, I mean, I still have not been able to presumably collect the elixir that presumably is going to be down there, but... apparently we can still get stabbed even if we try that again after getting that knowledge again, so I have no idea if, like, how we're supposed to get that thing. And chamber 2x4 again. Yeah, well, we didn't, did we? We can keep on doing this and keep on gaining this knowledge. I guess I'm gonna try to examine this instead. Search inside the desk. Bump into something that falls off the desk and rolls across the floor. Well, where is it now? Where did it roll to? Did it roll underneath the... Well, there's a dull light, but... Did it roll under this desk? There's something under the table. Okay, well, hopefully this one won't end with me getting stabbed. There's a blowtorch sitting on the ground. Oh, God. Kind of a weird thing to notice, or to not have noticed before this precise moment. Now I can use the fire. It's my blowtorch now. I really want to find out how to use the elixir that's so obviously underneath this table, though. Guess I'll try using I don't know, different items on it. No, don't quit yet. Let's break the table with the axe. No. We burn the table down. We fish it out with the hose and puncture the hose and probably make it useless now. We use the frozen towel to reach for it. There should be anything else that we can use. What about the pendant? Will the pendant be sagacious enough to tell me about how to get that elixir? Nope. There's nothing very interesting in this room. I guess I can just leave that behind. It's not like a big deal anyway. Can we exit out to the hallway from here? Did the door won't open? No, we still will not be able to open the door. That's very unfortunate. Sparse kitchen lights are dimly lit. Well, whenever we're actually in trouble of dying, we'll just pop an elixir. But right now, I don't think we need it too badly. But yeah, we have the blowtorch now, so... I mean, speaking of elixirs, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get at least a couple of those from these rooms that we should be able to deal with now that we have the torch. But we're gonna have to figure out where to look first. Jars on the shelves for just a moment. I think I see something shine in the middle of the swarm of insects, so let's pop this. Use the blowtorch right there. It's not clear exactly how, like what intensity of flames are created by that thing, but there's a bottle of elixir on the shelf, so we can just yoink that. Just before the bugs come back there. I'm guessing that there's not anything else in this room though. There's a wooden box filled with grain. And that's all that there is. I'm guessing that there's gonna be something important in one of these rooms, but let's just get all the optional stuff from the other ones first. Room echoes with the hideous squirming of the bugs, so we go this way. We'll take a look at this rather. Swarming over something, it's not that hard to tell what it is if you know like what makes that little glow, which you should by now, I would say. For the protagonist, but... Insects start to disperse. Okay, never mind, it's a completely different thing. It's the carcass of a chicken. And a key embedded in the dead chicken. It's glowing red from the heat of the blowtorch, so I guess this is when we use the towel to grab that thing. Towel hisses and starts to steam. It starts to melt, but I yank on it and a key comes out, but I feel something sickening. Sickening feeling of a key being ripped out from a chicken's innards. The shape of the key reminds me of the dog key. Well, I guess the shape of the keys would definitely be similar to each other, but I don't think the shape of the animals would be. Oh, the tower is no longer frozen, so now that it's a normal tower, it's useless. We're not gonna go with the Douglas Adams principle here. No, wait, before we quit, we are going to take another look at this thing, so it's okay, so that wasn't an elixir after all. And now they're just gonna keep on going to town on the dead chicken. Doesn't seem like there's anything more now, in this room at least. So let's go and check out the room. It's all the way on the north. That's right next to the place where we're gonna want to use the chicken key next, anyway. And see what's lying here. Hideous squirming of the box. There's something there. I'm just go up there and maybe get to the blowtorch earlier. Maybe not. Maybe it's about the same. As soon as I ignite the burner, a piece of it falls off. Decided to leave the blowtorch behind. Oh, shoot. Does that mean that we can't use the blowtorch to figure out what the... yeah, that might be it. Fortunately, we didn't get, like, all the optional stuff. We missed out on at least one of them, but hey, that's whatever. Should probably take that as an indication that... no, do go back to the hallway. That... whatever was there in that room is definitely optional. So now, the blue chicken key, which apparently has the same kind of glow as the elixirs, we can open the door. It slowly swings open, giving me some feedback. And across the threshold lies another hallway. This one leads out into the main part of the floor, though, which I think I remember what it's supposed to look like. What do we have? Another one of these switchboards here. This might be the one that's like a booby trap, unlike the other one. It's very well used. It's kind of like the one on the left. There's nothing strange. Okay, so it's not a dull red. There's dried blood on the surface of the button. Okay, so that's probably not a good sign. If there's dried blood, there's ones that are very, very well used. Let's save scum again. No, do save. What if we try the one that's very well used first? Nothing happens. Okay, so I guess in both of these switchboards, the good one is the one that doesn't have anything strange about it. There we go. Panel lights up, illuminating my surroundings, and I hear a loud click from a door far away. And by far away, I probably just mean directly behind me. Not 5 meters away. There's something coming from this door, which seems odd. The moment I touch the panel, I hear a noise coming from this door. As I thought, it was already unlocked. Yep, okay, so this is the floor that I was thinking of, the one with all the cells. It smells like blood. There isn't even a light. Rows of small dark rooms continue off into the darkness. This looks like a prison. All around me is this stench of blood and rotting flesh. I feel like I'm going insane. Smell of dead people. This isn't a normal prison. What am I doing in a place like this? I gently put my hand onto my wound. Well, which one? It seems like we would have a number of wounds at this point. Who could be after me, though? Why do they want to get me? If they want to kill me, why didn't they just do it already? My fear becomes more and more powerful, so does my anger. I can't remember my own past. I feel like someone is laughing at me. I can't die here. I can't die like this. I take a step forward. There's a large hole in the floor that keeps me from moving forward, almost as if it was placed here for that purpose. There's spikes all the way down there. Or just broken glass or something like that. Something that's functionally similar, but yeah. Evidently we can't just go there. We can't traverse the corners of this area right now, I don't think. I think if we just try going straight across this hallway all the way south, yeah, there's this big chunk of stuff in the middle that's gonna keep us from just moving forward. A statue that looks like an angel is cold and hard. Metal shards piercing the angel's wings. So I would tell that. I don't think we can really mess with the statue right now, or probably shouldn't mess with this statue anyway. We've seen what happens when you just try to start moving stuff without thinking in this game. As far as I can tell, there aren't any traps on the doorknob. No, apparently we can't open it, in spite of the fact that apparently it would be safe to do so. Well, we have no real other option than trying the doors here, so... What do we have here? Maybe it feels different from the others, because there's a very conspicuous gold padlock keeping the door shut. I mean, gold can be very malleable, but I'm pretty sure it's also very heavy. So if you've only got your bare hands, you're probably not going to be able to do much to get rid of it. Oh, this door is open at least. Something strange, something squirming around. There's something here. It It's not the box I saw earlier. A strange something from the walls, the ceiling. I feel a strange presence. I focus on the wall nearby. There they are. I mean, I still don't know exactly what they might be. I still want to believe that they're not exactly the kind of thing that we might have seen in Parasite Eve, for instance, but... Dozens of tiny red beads cover the prison wall. Red beads squirm across the walls like a patchy living carpet. It almost seems like they're trying to tell me something. I lose my balance and fall to the floor. I don't know what's going on. Lost my memory. I'm in a building full of traps and now these strange creatures. Stand up slowly and look around the prison cell. Something that looks like a hammer lying on the ground, so let's... our hammer now. You can easily knock down weak walls, but it's really old. It might break if I'm not careful. Well, it doesn't seem like these things are gonna bother us right now, so... Red beads have gathered in the room, but apparently they're not really bothering us. This wall looks really old. I think it's about to collapse. Looks like it's hundreds of years old, and there's cracks in the wall. And we were conveniently given a hammer just a moment ago, so there's some 2x4s in the pile. Well, apparently we're gonna need 2x4s significantly more than the elixirs, so... yes, let us collect as many of those as possible. Doesn't seem like there's really anywhere else we can look in the room, so let's just immediately go to town on this. Hammer, here we go. On this wall. Wall collapses, opening up a hole large enough for me to walk through. So into the hole. And into a new adventure. Ceiling is covered in squirming red beads. I can hear the noise they make as they brush up against each other. This door leads outside the cell. There's a notice of, or a piece of metal protruding just a little from there, so that's probably not a good sign. I can break this wall, I can break all of these walls, but... if there's a piece of metal protruding just a little, we probably assume that it's not a good idea to try and open them. The door is just broken, we can't open it. There's also a door back there. Let's see if I can select the door specifically. Now the ceiling. Apparently we can only select the ceiling from there, so the door is out of reach. Well, I'm going to assume that it's a good idea to open the middle wall here and not get hit by one of the death traps. Actually, in this specific room, I never really thought about this before. I really came to this realization before, but I'm pretty sure that this room specifically reminds me of a certain room in Shadowgate where you're supposed to swing a hammer to break a mirror and find a wall behind it, but if you break the wrong one, you either get killed by a fucking horde of flying glass shards or you just get flung out into space. And I want to believe that maybe it won't kill you if you break the wrong wall here, but I'm pretty sure you will at least get hurt. I'll just keep moving down the hole for now. Walk through the hole. Wall is about to collapse. There's some wood here that can be used like 2x4, so let's immediately yoink that. Piece of metal protruding just a little from there, whatever that might even be, like a toilet or something. There's cracks in the wall. Could break that one. There's also a piece of metal protruding there, so let's ignore that. That one wall, instead just swing the old hammer and keep on creating more and more holes through which we can move through at least this. Oh, whoops, no. We're going to right hole. Yeah. That does lead us to progress, even if it's not the one that I was necessarily counting on. Notice a piece of paper mixed in with the dust. Was it attached to the other side of the wall? I only just automatically pick it up, it would seem. Get another flashback with this red flashing. Kill them. Get the hell out of here. At least spare my babby. Well, apparently a very Castle and Guernica situation going on. Don't let him get away. Kill them, burn them. Don't let him get away. Don't kill us. I'm not infected. Let my child go. Don't kill my child. Smothering stench of blood, the stink of burning flesh. They're all being killed. They're being cut, shot, burned. We have to get out of here. Says Sacha, maybe. Letting someone out of chains, but apparently I want to die here in Mother's arms. But Sacha's having none of it. Once you're out of these chains, we can escape. I've already decided to die here, though. The other party involved in that conversation seems pretty determined. My heart is pounding so fast. I remember them dying, the screams of people dying, the roar of flames, the nauseating stench of blood. They're all rushing back to me now. Look at the piece of paper. There are words written on here, and someone signed it to Emile. Must be a part of somebody's journal. May 9 XX51. Evacuation order. New batch of treatment didn't finish in time. The virus finally made it into the facility and people began dying left and right. We've decided to abandon this place and return to our country. The people we're leaving behind will all be killed. People came here from another country to do something about a virus, and yet now they're abandoning ship. I guess Emile would be one of the people who did that. This is supposed to be her notebook. That girl will probably die with the rest eventually. The boy named Sacha will probably try to rescue her. Emile. Well, that psychotic woman just sit back and watch her own daughter die. According to this journal, it looks like there was a viral outbreak in this building. Was I infected by the virus and abandoned here? The journal says everyone who was left behind would be killed, but I'm still alive, right? Maybe that dude tried to rescue me, but I don't really know what would have happened after that. That would have led to us just being stuck here with no memory of what happened. I don't think there are any traps around here. There's red beads on the bed sheets. It's gross. There's a piece of metal protruding there, so I guess we just keep on doing the exact same course of action in these rooms. Break the wall there. We're almost to the other end of this cell block. I think. Yeah, let's go. Door leads outside the cell. There's nothing in the cell though, is there? This water looks stagnant. I can see a couple of rotting things floating in the water. Oh, nothing in there that's shining bluish white though. Oh boy. Might be time for a Silent Hill 2 moment here. At least we probably have an actual motivation to stick our hand in the thing. I can heal myself with this, I'll take it with me. I don't want to speak at all of anything else that I might have found in there. But at least we have a reason to stick our hand in the dirty toilet before we actually do so. Well, looks like there's, once again, the good one to break here is going to be the one in the middle. Now I am in the other side. And I think that once we walk out here, we can open up a shortcut to the place that we came from originally. Looking at this, a large fence blocks my way. Behind it I can see a square hole. If I knock this fence over, it'll cover the hole. And I think we can with hammer. Swinging the old hammer at the fence, it comes crashing down, covering the hole, and now we can move past that corner. And presumably this door will the door that would lead back to the hallway that we first came into this place through. Are we able to open now? I hear a metallic thud from the door jamb on both sides, wherever that is. I think the lock on the door is broken. Well, if it's broken, then that translates to us being able to open it whenever we want. That's a good sign, but yeah. I don't think there's anything back here that we would necessarily want to. What do we call it? That we would necessarily want to mess with right now. And I think these things in the corners are going to turn out to be elevators. I don't think it works right now. There's the switch, but it doesn't seem to react. There doesn't seem to be any power running to this elevator, so let's leave. So we're gonna keep on trudging through the prison here. I think the chapter might end when we manage to get the elevators running and move away from this floor, because I think we've pretty much seen everything that there is to see on this floor. Now that we're looking through the prison area. Carving says the dancing people. This is pretty much all that we're gonna get out of that. Not quite like the dancing men from that one Sherlock Holmes story, but... What about this? Carving says those who ask for forgiveness. We got people dancing, people asking for forgiveness to a triangle and circle. We get another one that's right next to this one. The working people. Actually, wait a moment. Okay, for some reason the working people opens with a round parenthesis but ends with a square bracket. That's an interesting way to do it. Didn't quite remember that happening before. And then there's this thing. Judge the sinners, it says. The firmly closed shutter says judge the sinners. And we can't just open this shutter with our hands, surely. Push the shutters, they don't move. I mean, apparently every single time that we try to manipulate something with our hands in one of those screens, it's only gonna be along the, like, top-down horizontal axis and not, like, trying to lift something up. But it said judge the sinners, and I think what that might mean is that you have to break the mural here. All cracks just a little. Pound the wall with the old hammer again and again. And now there's a doorway, a big hole to the next room. And as we walk through the hole, we're assaulted by the stench of rotting flesh, but also we're gaming through that hole. There's a lot more of these red beads. The sound they make goes across the room almost like they're in a hurry. Anything in the... No, I guess we can't really examine anything else that's on the fringes of the room here. Let's have a look at the cracked walls here. So, there's a piece of metal protruding, which is always a good sign, so let's ignore that and go strike the other one. Into the hole we go. So cracks in the wall in the one that's to the right, so we immediately know where to go / what to do. Grab the hammer. Swing the hammer since there doesn't seem to be anything else of note in this room, coincidentally enough. Into the final room, I would presume, that we can get to in this sequence. Are there 2 cracked walls in the back as well? Yeah, piece of metal protruding. They don't look quite as noticeably damaged as the ones. Well, no, apparently more than 2. There's this one too. Okay, so the wall that's not actually linked to the other ones is the one that's cracked, and the one that we can actually safely mess with there. Break down. guess this is how we get past the shutter. I think we might actually have a way to remove the shutters without having to go through these other rooms. To move out in the hallway at some point, but, well, I still see the Judge the Sinner's texture on this thing, on this side, but I guess we're just gonna ignore it. Ignore it by virtue of the fact that it's apparently not possible to examine it closely from this side, so... Go ahead and knock down the fence that's here. Comes crashing down, covering the hole. Oh, hold on. There's something in the background that I probably should have clicked on a while ago. There we go. Now we can move on. And now all of these places are connected, so... Even if we're not able to open the shutters, I think it shouldn't be too much of actually no. It is going to be a bit of a hassle because we can't go through the middle of the southernmost hallway. There is that detail to bear in mind, and we didn't see like the east side of the, or the west side of the column thing in the southern hallway, so... There's gonna be another thing that's gonna be a bit of a pain to deal with, though, if I remember. There's a hole right in the middle of this hallway, not even in the corner this time. Can't do anything about that because we're not on the side that has the fence right now. There's a couple of doors that we can go into, though. Like this one here. I'm assaulted by the stench of rotting flesh, so we can go back into the middle portion of this place, I guess. There's some dark red writing on the wall. Gives birth to a brilliant red. Maybe there's some clues in this room. What about the other wall that's next to it? Iron hammer to the sinners. Gives birth to a brilliant red. Okay. I mean, we've already broken down one of the walls. There's some dark red writing on the wall. The path of darkness. What about the wall that's right next to that one? Does that have something different? No. What about the floor? There's pieces of paper scattered around, and when I take a closer look, I notice something written in red. The words of truth. I mean, can we grab the pieces of paper on the ground? Well, apparently we can only notice them. Hold on. Or we mess with that, though. Let's go back through this door, which is presumably gonna lead us back to the same hallway here. Maybe take a look at this room. It's so dark I can't see a thing. Never mind. I guess we're not really gonna be able to do much in this room if it's this dark. Now... So I guess we probably have to proceed the other way. Back through this cell area. Door is broken, though I can't open it, so... Well, that guy did say iron hammer to the sinners... Not that guy, but the writing said iron hammer to the sinners gives... Earth to a brilliant red, but what does that mean right now? There wasn't another, store in front. It's not how I would have described that, but I will. Wasn't another mural that we could access from this side of the hallway, was there? Nope. Well, there's the other elevator, but I'm pretty sure that's going to have the exact same result. I don't think that we can mess with that and get any kind of new results at this point. Will we learn anything if we use the pendant while looking at the angel statue? I think an angel would be classified as a sinner. The angel statue. Does the statue have some significant meaning? Some meaningful significance? Well... I can only wonder. Actually, hold on. Don't quit yet. First, let's save. Notice how there's no floating point when the minutes variable is a single digit. What happens if I try to hit the angel statue with a hammer? Nope, apparently we can't do it. I suppose that wouldn't make sense. Let's quit. I think I know what the significance of the... Well, let's leave, not quit. I think I do know what the significance of that symbol is in the game, but if I'm right about what I'm thinking of, it doesn't matter because we can't... Oh, wait a moment, it occurs to me that there is one thing in this other hallway that we probably need to look at before we proceed. Wait, is this the other hallway? No, this is the one that we came from when we first came in here. Never mind. Okay, we're gonna have to backtrack. Through a bunch of these rooms, but... Oh, that's okay, we know where to go. Oh yeah, there is one place in the hallway that we started the game in that I don't think we were able to check out at that time, which I think we should be checking out now. You go to the right hole, that does go where I want to go, right? Yeah. So go out into the hallway, or into the passage. Go back to this place. We can do a couple of different things while we're here. There's a hole, I think, to the right here. Off here that we can't do anything about yet either. There's that thing which we already looked at. There's a door that we're gonna be going through in just a moment, but we can, once we're here, we can take a look at this side of the big wall thing. Okay, so it's just completely blank and differently shaped, which is important. And now we're back in sorta kind of familiar territory. But this is what I remember, there's a door here that we need to, presumably now that we're able to do this, break down the boards with the old axe. And see what lies beyond. Oh boy, it's another little 3D exploration section. I didn't quite remember that. Actually, not even sure where this is going to lead to ultimately, but we're here to find out. Here to reacquaint myself with basically everything from this game. Well, this was just a dead end coming this way. See if I can... Okay, there's a door to a place there. Oh, I think we better go in here now because we can actually already see from the map which room it's going to lead into. There are several prayer statues lined up next to the larger statue in the middle. An elegant sculpture of a goddess. There's several candles placed in front of the statue. Some praying statues in the indentation of the wall. One of them is about to fall off. Maybe we should grab that one. It seems like we can really observe anything else in this room. Nothing was dragged through here. Let's save scan really quick, even though I'm not even sure if we should be worried about that too much right now, but... What happens if we try to manipulate the statues here? Some of the prayer statues... Oh, there we go. We just pocket that. Stone statue in the shape of a little girl standing in prayer. What if we try to manipulate something here? A statue that looks like a goddess. Something about its rough texture puts me at ease. And there's a piece of paper near my feet. What could this paper be? I pick up the piece of paper. I love you. Okay, that's a bit forward. I've loved you before. Appear to continue loving you at this moment. For so long. I mean, what kind of a person are you directing this message to? How do you feel about me? That did not end with a question mark. Also, there's a pendant. How do you see me? Well, I see you as some kind of bizarre impressionist coloring scheme. And I have this extreme close-up of your lips. Words just slip out. Sacha, my head is spinning. My heart is pounding so fast. I fall to my knees and look down at the piece of paper. Don't know why I couldn't have done that before. Confession of his love, XX49. Went out of the church with Sacha today. He said he needed to tell me something. It was a confession of his love. Couldn't give him an answer, I don't know what to do. Sacha told me how he felt about me. I want to be with Sacha too. Is that love? I don't know, I don't understand. I guess that's all that I'm going to mention at the moment, though. Whoever Sacha was talking to, we assume to actually have been the player character here. Okay, very good. Just like the diary, this must have been my diary when I was a child. Why are pages from my diary scattered around this building? Look at the piece of paper again. What did I do after that? I put my hand on my head to try and block out the pain and staggered to my feet. There's an elegant sculpture of a goddess. Well, apparently the goddess led me to be able to find that out again, so the story returns to the hallway. What about the other door? There should be a different door, surely. No, apparently not. Never mind. I guess I spread the map. That should be adjacent to a different room, I would think. But I guess that's walled off from that room instead of being... walled off from that room instead of there being a door that we can see at least. We did find that statue. I don't know if that's going to be something that we can use right away in the places that we had to leave behind to come exploring here. We can probably go back into that room and use the pendant again to see if there's any indication of what we're supposed to do next. So yeah, I guess having explored the rest of this hallway, it doesn't really seem like there's anything else we can't find behind those broken boards that might be evidently useful. Is there anything here that I can use? Do I put the prayer statue in front of the big goddess statue? I think I can use this here. Can I put it back where I found it? No. Do I get any kind of a different description if I look over here again? No. Praying statue in the indentation of the wall. The elegant sculpture of the candles. Do we grab one of the candles? Nothing about it, it's rough texture. Puts me at ease. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's what I was first noticing actually when I examined this part of the room. There's candles in front of the statue, and I thought that's what I was gonna get if I ended up grabbing something from there and not the piece of paper, but I guess that was different. Okay, is there anything else that I can do in this room? Nope, apparently that's it. We found a candle and a little prayer statue. Can we use? Well, I guess if we light the candle, we can probably use that to navigate in dark areas, but... Can we light the candle anywhere? I'm trying to remember. I don't think there was anything that we could use to light a fire in the rooms that we left behind at the beginning. Is there anything that we can use to light a fire in the other rooms, though? I guess there was something about the iron hammer and the sinners, but... Oh, the friggin... Yeah, that shutter is still gonna be shut. So, hold on. Let me make a quick save here. Let's see what happens if I try to mess around and use the iron hammer on the other murals. Clearly there Must be sinners because they're working. Oh, oh jeez. Okay, that hurts. So we can't actually break the other murals, or we assume that we can't break the other murals by virtue of the fact that they didn't create other. What am I doing? Pressing the wrong buttons. That's what I'm doing. Probably didn't create other graphics for the other broken murals. Okay, here we are. I mean, I could just pop an elixir and be fine. That would be the efficient thing to do at this point, but what do I do? Let's go into this room and see if using the pendant in this room builds anything interesting. And if not, let's go to the rooms that are across the hall from here and try it in those, I guess. You can access the hall or go to the adjacent room. Okay, so yeah, that just states the obvious. But yeah, I mean, the only thing that we saw as a fire source before was the blowtorch, and it's gone now, so... There'll be something else we can use. Ooh. We can go back there, but that doesn't really make a difference, does it? Nope. We can go into the dark room, but we have an unlit candle, so I don't think that's gonna be of much use to us right now. Unless, of course, we're supposed to light the candle at that other place too. It's gonna be... I don't have some kind of light, I don't think I can examine it. We're supposed to light the candle at the very same room that we got it in. I hope that doesn't turn out to be the case. Well, there's apparently light sources in this room, but I guess we assume that they're electric. What about this room? Something's written on the wall. These words might be a clue to opening the path. Well, I mean, it says red hammer on the sinners, or iron hammer on the sinners. Sinners opens the way to the sinners. Gives birth to a brilliant red. But what are the sinners in this case? The path of darkness. Do we use the hammer on a different part of the wall? That one there? Oh, okay. Apparently the path of darkness is the sinners. Well, I guess we're going through the hole this way. I hope this means that whatever it is that we need to use to maybe light the candle is gonna be oh boy, a piece of paper among the rubble. Whatever we need to use to light the candle is hopefully gonna be past this point and not require me to backtrack more, or at least not in the same way as before. Won't come off, I can't get rid of it. I get rid of this slimy blue water, that's a complete contrast with the sepia brown water of the background. The stench of blood won't come off. I want to get rid of it, I have to. This river is pretty, isn't it? It's cold and it feels good. It's me, this child that apparently will confess my love to you in maybe at a later date or something that he's talking to us right now. The river to cool food and drinks. I'm Sacha, what's your name? Do you know your own name, or were you just as amnesiac as a child as you are now? Well, if you did say your name, I guess we're not gonna find out what the end of that exchange was like. Couldn't stop washing my hands. My fingers were so small and soft. I seemed flustered when that boy talked to me. Light shining off the water, flashing in my face, and my eyes fly open. Looks like another part of the little girl's diary. I skim the words. A15 XX40 Sacha. My mother always smells like blood, the smell of death. I was trying to washing the smell of my hands. Well, I guess it's supposed to be like a 7-year-old girl, so... I mean, presumably. She's no longer 7 years old in the present. I don't know what age she would be, though. to as my mother says. I ran back to my room even though I wanted to talk to Satya for a little while. I remember I saw that name on a piece of paper. Really, my head hurts. I'm about to remember something. That memory was important, but it hurts. Apparently we're not gonna be able to tap into that memory at this time, at least. Several documents are scattered. Words of deception. Okay, so it's like the two monks tell you something and one of them tells the truth and the other one always lies. The holy path continues. So that one must be a lie. Death is watching you. What about these doors? Probably goes to the hole, but I'm guessing that we can't just open the doors. That would be the straightforward way to go, which means that it won't actually be an option. Okay, so I'm guessing that death is watching you is gonna be the good one in this one, since this is apparently the don't listen to their lies kind of thing. There we go. Well, maybe death will now be watching you through the hole in the wall that you created. It would be a somewhat fitting circumstance. Introduction to this room, though. There's a piece of metal protruding here. There's no hint, it's just like back to the older method. If it has a piece of metal, then don't pick that one. But apparently that's the last time that we had to use the old hammer, since it is now broken, which kind of leaves us with a question of how we're gonna get rid of them. Well, we're apparently not done, so I guess we have to use the axe now. There's a piece of metal protruding. Well, I guess this just leads back to the other room anyway, so it doesn't matter. Maybe we don't have to break it anymore. Apparently this door is open based on the little blue glow that's spilling out from it. Yeah, I guess we're not supposed to break any more walls in this room, so let's go out the door instead. Let's even open a crack. And we can go directly across the hall. We can look at the shutter that's on this side, which apparently has the donkey. Another animal drawing. Are all these animal drawings have been seen related somehow? Where there's a dog, the chicken, the donkey, and that's all that we've found so far. Can't interact with the door there, so. Or here, so I guess any door that we can't interact with, we immediately assume to be locked. Let's check the doors on the opposite side of the hole. Can't see a thing. Oh well. Yeah. So yeah, I'm guessing that all the rooms on this side of the hall, at least for now, are gonna be this dark. And we can't really do anything about that. If we try to open the door that's directly across from there, okay, that's just apparently the one that goes right back into the cell. Can we open this door? Well, apparently that one's broken, even though I thought that was the door that we would have had to go through if we were to go back into the same cell area. Unless this is a different cell area. I guess this must actually be a different cell area with the exact same graphics, except that, you know, one of the walls here is not broken, so this is actually only slightly different. What about the wall or the bed in the corner? Was this a bedroom for prisoners? Well, apparently the bed in the corner isn't going to cover any or hold any kind of item or anything like that, so I don't see much of a point. Much of red beads. It's like moving blood. But I guess there's not much of a point into going in that room right now. Oh. Well, I guess this is this goes to the same room, then this door won't actually open, will it? Nope. But it's just a flipped version of the graphic from one of the doors in the southern hallway. This is also gonna be a dark room, yes, so absolutely every room on the northernmost hall is dark right now. There's a couple of doors on this wall, but we also should be able to bring down this this thing, I would hope, by using the old axe. And hopefully use the handle of the old axe to avoid breaking the blade. I think that's not going to be quite as straightforward as using the hammer, like the business end of the hammer for blunt force. Electrical control room. Can we open it? No, apparently we can't open it. The door is locked. Oh, no, I want to leave the door right now. So we're gonna need a key for that, presumably to either be able to see in the dark in those places that we're missing. Light in. Oh, we got a door here, but I think that thing that we saw a little bit farther down the... No, never mind. We'd have to look at that too, but first, let's take a look at this. There's a 4 keyholes in a vertical line, and the top one has a key in it. Okay, so we needed to look at this. Let's grab that key, I suppose. Is it in the keyhole? Well, I guess we're gonna go in this direction so we can... No? What do you mean that's not the right key? Like... There's nothing in the second keyhole from the bottom. Oh, okay. Now it shows me this. Pull the key out, so... Electrical control room key. Oh, okay. Well, apparently it's enough of a key that can... Or not enough of a key, but like the key has a specific shape that allows it to fit in that keyhole and not just not be able to get in there at all. Which seems kind of suspicious, but well, what was on the wall here before we actually got to that door? Oh boy, there's bodies in the hallway. Well, there's a body in the hallway. Rotten flesh. Completely rotten corpse, an old man dressed like a poor person. Because there's, you know, a way that you can dress that screams that. His skin looks purple, even in death he looks so sad. There's a note in his chest pocket. Well, it's gotta be my note now. On the bottom, donkey, dog, cat, and chicken. Okay, so we're missing the cat key, but that tells us that there's 4 keys, 4 animal keys that we need to find. And we found 2 of them so far, and we learned about the donkey, but we haven't found that key yet. And I think finding the keys and getting to that door is the end of chapter 1. Maybe. Anyway, what did we find? We found a key to the electrical control room, so we can go in here now. I think. I would hope. Right, well, here we are. Is that another person? I haven't seen another living person since No, it's just another corpse. Am I the only person alive in here? Well, that would appear to be the case. At least some of the bugs are alive. The corpse looks like it's just sleeping. Sees a middle-aged man. His clothes are dirty and his hair is long. Looks like he died staring at the floor. Almost didn't notice it, but his skin is slightly purple. There's nothing here in the middle, even though I thought that would be the most eye-catching thing. I can hear the sound of live electricity on top of the controller. Also this, oh boy. Niche, light, Sasha, Wev, and Eve. Light's interrogation room. I mean, I would imagine that we can... interact with this stuff without getting shocked to death, but... I don't know if, I don't remember rather if the donkey symbol means that we can't do anything here yet. Like we need to... Well, turn the lights on. Okay, never mind, apparently that's all that we need to do. So now, the map shows that all of those rooms have something new in them. Okay, I'm guessing that we're gonna have to find the donkey key. Actually, hold on. I don't have to use the same key, no, I think I lost the key that I used to come in here, so... I'm guessing that I'm gonna have to go find the donkey key. The Dawn key, if you will. Like in at least one of those dumb adventure games that made it onto freaking the Mac App Store. That Red Spray looked at once, but that was an actual puzzle. I can hear the hum of electricity all around me. What do we have in here? Looks like this could very well be a torture room. Chair in the middle of the room feels scary. I can hear electricity running through the chair. If you could feel it running through the chair, that would be concerning, actually. There's a pair of pliers sitting on top of the device, so... I mean, if you don't hear anything from that device, we imagine that hopefully that's not something we need to worry about as far as being able to get shocked. The key's tangled in the cords hanging from the ceiling, but that's probably gonna be an electrical hazard right there. There's a line of needles on the desk and a note. Remember to restock the candles in the room of prayers. Okay, so it's telling us where to find a candle, but I like to imagine that we still haven't found a way to light the candle, so we don't have to walk around assuming that that's something that we're able to do, so... It appears to be broken. There are a pair of pliers on top of the device. They're my pliers now. They can cut wires and grab small things. I think we're gonna leave this room for now, though. There's a box with a bunch of stuff shoved into it. Is there anything useful? Well, what time to find out. There's a match here. Oh, that's good. Do we get like a match counter in our inventory? We do. Okay, that's a little concerning, actually. We have found a single match, so we probably should try to make careful use of it as much as possible. There's a bed surrounded by chemicals in the middle of the room. And the bed in the center of the room is a rope that looks like it was made for tying people down. And a note. Chapel has been sealed off. A number of wooden planks are nailed across the door, although they wouldn't be hard to remove. Even so, I don't think I have the strength to do it. We committed many sins. It's not surprising that we're forbidden to pray. I can no longer ask for salvation. She gave up on salvation long ago. Well, what's in this room? Chemicals on the shelves. There might be something here that I can use. I'd like to interpret that in a positive way. Let's see. Take one that looks useful. Ethanol. Flammable chemical that we may find a use for in the future. There's also this. Handle appears to be frozen, so I mean ostensibly we would be able to maybe cover that thing with ethanol and set it on fire with a match, and that would presumably be enough to melt off the ice, but something tells me that we don't want to just do that outright. There are several chemicals and tools on the shelf to the right. Is that the same description as here? Yeah, okay. Well, let's do it. Take some stuff that looks useful. I found another match. We now have a whopping 2 matches that we can use. We can read the note on the bed again, but we already read it, so... Maybe we could try to do the match thing here, but I don't think it'll work right away, but might as well find out. And confirm it. Probably wouldn't be safe anyway, since... Would have to just like toss the match in that thing with... no safety net or anything. We can pour ethanol over the handle. The pungent odor of the alcohol fills the room. Okay, apparently that does work, maybe. And ignite it with a match. But now the handle is gotta be hot, isn't it? The ice melted completely out in the box. Okay, apparently never mind. Apparently that's not a factor this time. Picking up the shutter S key. Okay, so never mind. We probably need to find separate keys for at least most of the shutters. Or just all of the shutters. Let's go to the hallway. could keep on looking at these doors that we can pretty much only check after we open the lights, but what if we immediately go back into the electrical room and try to mess with the shutters from there? Well, where's the control panel thing? Is it supposed to be right here, or is it here, and is it on the right side of this panel? Is it on the other side, and I just completely forgot? Okay. No, it's not. What the fuck? Okay, it's down here, apparently. Shall we use that to do something? The white lights up indicating that the S shutter has been opened. Okay. And I guess now the key is gone from our inventory. So now the shutter that I think had the dog key picture on it is open, so we don't have to worry about that being an obstacle anymore. Presumably I can go over there and confirm it, which would be good news. Now the shutter that was here is now opened, presumably. And sure enough it is, yeah. We can probably keep going that way. No, we can't keep going that way, actually. Never mind, there's a couple of obstacles that are not gonna let us get to the right part of the top hallway. And speaking of that, I think there's only a couple of... Actually, I might be wrong. There's a couple... No, there's just one more room that we can reach on the top set of rooms from here. But there's another one that we can reach if we go back through the... well, to the top right, basically, we should be able to get there. Weapons covered in bloodstained hang from the walls. What's inside of that bag? Well, we don't know. There's a strange bag dangling from the ceiling, though. Hanging from a rope. We don't really have a blade in the conventional sense, but we do have some tools. Maybe we can rip the cloth with the old axe, or cut the rope with the old axe. Let's try to do that first. Rope breaks and the cloth sack falls to the floor. And now it's just there. Oh, actually we have to rip it open anyway. So we can't just undo the knot on the top. The blade of the axe is too thick to cut the cloth. I need a smaller, sharper blade. Okay, so it doesn't actually work there. What about the pliers? No? Can't use that to, like, at least create a rip. So we need a different blade to actually tear open the bag. What else is there in this room, though? Pieces of rope scattered all over the floor. They're all pretty old and won't hold even a little bit of weight. But there's also something shining bluish white with them, but we probably can't pick it up right now. But I shouldn't carry anymore. I don't know why she says we shouldn't carry anymore, like that's something that she has to decide, but hey, is it just a cue for us to actually heal up now? Oh, that didn't even fill up all the way. For some reason I thought it would. Oh well, we can just keep going as we did before, I guess. So yeah, 9 is the limit for consumable stuff that we can carry. There's nothing there. There's several ropes hanging from the ceiling that are stained with blood. There's like another big axe on the wall back there, I think, but... oddly shaped knives. Some are shaped like claws, other have circular blades. They're all nicked or rusted, but... I mean, we could probably still use one of them to try and tear open the bag, but I guess she just refuses to do it. We have a couple of different things to deal with here. We have the need for a light source that doesn't require the electricity to be on. I think we already have that covered though. We also need some kind of a blade that we can use to open the bag in that room. So I could try to do something with the candle in brief, but for now I want to see what's in this room that we can actually see. It's a straight up medieval torture chamber. There's a corpse on the bed and it's giving off a very bad odor. And also, she seems very young. There's a great deal of blood splattered around her corpse. Even though she's dead, she looks like she's about to start screaming. Sharp knife juts out of her body. Oh, I think we found out the answer to one of the questions that we had anyway. There's a water wheel with sharp needles attached to it. I don't think that's a water wheel. You know, I think that might just be a bit of a euphemism being used here to avoid pointing out the obvious. Something at her side is shining a bluish white. Okay, so we just get the full description again. Guess we should probably try to figure out what to do with the corpse on the bed, or the corpse on the left, I should say. That has a knife sticking out. Let's get that knife. We need that knife, you see. I push it down. Apparently that's gonna result in me getting hurt somehow. Sharp end of the knife is sticking out. The blade easily slices through the flesh of my fingers. Okay, so that detail wasn't clear. We try to pull it out, but no. I mean, this isn't quite what happens, but apparently we're just slicing our flesh on the sharp end of the knife. What if we try to, just a test, you know, since I'm pretty sure I'm already just gonna reload. What happens if we try to push it to the side? Okay, it's just the same thing. Well, what about the pliers? We can't grab it with the pliers, surely. Do we need another thing of cloth or thick cloth or something to be able to grab that thing? I don't think we have anything like that. Oh well, hold on. No, don't do that yet. We need to go back to the other timeline where we didn't get hurt yet. And we need to check the body over here to yoink the elixir. Let's actually heal up and probably get full health with another one of the ones that we're already carrying now. And now we can grab it for sure. So I don't quite know how we're gonna get out of, or get that knife. At the moment... But I think we can at least try to do a bit of an experiment with the candle that we have. I'm gonna save right here, I guess, in case this doesn't turn out to be like the most optimal way to accomplish what I'm gonna try to do in just a moment. So go here. I mean, hopefully we're gonna be able to switch the electrical panel off again that we used for the lights. Here we go. Torture room lights. We'll turn off the lights. So I guess all of the rooms on the top part of the map are supposed to be torture rooms. Maybe it's supposed to be a bit like Murder Rooms, that series with fucking... I don't remember who the actors even were. Well, it was one of those weird Sherlock Holmes adaptations, where instead of just being Sherlock Holmes, it was Joseph Bell and Arthur Conan Doyle. Only ever watched the pilot of that, but it seemed fairly alright. These items can't be combined, really. Makes you say that. No, hold on. What do I put in the match before and then I put in the candle? Why can't they be combined though? Can I use the candle in this room? Can I use the match by itself to see what I'm doing? Nope. Okay, hold on. Let me try to use the pendant while I'm in this state. Still have the ethanol. I think. Can't see a thing. If I don't have some kind of light, I think I can examine it. Okay, so let's get away useless Description at this point, so I'm gonna go back in time to before I turn the lights off again, and I'm gonna go back into this room while the lights are on, and I'm pretty sure there's a key in the wires there that I'm not gonna be able to grab right now while the electricity is running. But I use the needles on the desk to my advantage somehow. That seems like an odd thing to It's a needle, there's a note. Oh, do I need to like fucking stick the candle into one of the needles as a candle holder? Oh, okay, apparently so. Well, I thought we only had one candle, but okay. Do we light the candles now? There's not much to light candles. Okay, so now we should be able to see in the dark if we turn the electricity back off. And go back into that room. So let's take care of that. Let's head into this place. Candle burning in the darkened room. The current has stopped and the room is as silent as a graveyard. Under the flickering candlelight, the chair looks even creepier. But more importantly, these wires here don't have any electricity running to them, so gonna have to cut through these cords. Okay, I guess this is where we're supposed to use the pliers then. And now the east elevator key is ours. Oh boy, didn't remember if we were gonna have to actually use the elevators before we're done here, but we now have the east elevator key. Which I think that some of the stuff that we could see in the panel for this room was for, which makes more sense. Not that they were all shutters, but no, this makes more sense. Only two shutters that we've seen in the hallway, but of course both of them are down. But maybe now the east elevator will have power. So let's immediately go and check it out. I would say since I've come this far, I probably want to go to the end of chapter 1 before I wrap things up for now. Even if this does seem like it will turn out to be a little bit more of a time sink than I thought it would, but hey, when is that ever not the case? Let's go. Let's immediately pop the button. And let's see what our options are here. I think we're in B2, we can see right there. There's a lot of switches marked B1, B2, and B3. This whole place is underground. There are no windows that go outside, and I've never felt the wind. If that's the case, if I want to get out, I need to go up. But why was I asleep in this underground complex, and would it be in the lowest level? Let's go down first. We've been to B3F anyway. It's a place with all the water and maze-like hallways. Which part of B3F are we on now? Okay, I think this might actually be this might actually be one of the places that I thought was gonna be that I can only reach by going up from where I was before, not the opposite way around. Going in the middle here, we can see the angel and all that other stuff. Is it the same angel that we saw on the east side? Yeah, the statue of the angel is massive. There's a piece of iron hidden in the wing. Then I guess we can't like reach the other side of this for some reason, even though that looks like it should be pretty easy to walk around, but I'm sure there's also a good reason for that. I can also examine this a little bit closer, but I don't see there being much of a point to that. And indeed, it doesn't seem like that's the case. Let's go this way. check out another one of the angles of this thing, but only one more, so... Going counterclockwise from where the angel is, there is the devil. Or the demon. The devil is massive. I guess it is supposed to be called devil, though. I'm pretty sure that matches up with the parts of that structure that are on the floor above. Now let's see what's over here, I guess. Looks like a very, very moldy and very gross crypt area. Which of what creeps into my sense of smell, and sure enough, there's a corpse wrapped in bandages. Based on its body shape, it must have been a woman. What if the hole there is used for placing the corpses? Well, I mean, you can see a corpse right in front of you, so that seems like it's a very safe bet. There are pieces of wood under the corpses. Does it mean that we can grab a 2x4? Yeah, there we go. Do want more of those, it would seem. Probably in shorter supply, but also greater potential use than the elixirs. Apparently can't examine the thing that's to the right of that one, though. Or across from that one, at least. Let's check out all of these places. There's one. There's nothing at the end of the hallway, but there is another little corpse cubby hole to check that apparently looks identical to the other one. Just empty space though, so I guess in this occasion we're not gonna get anything useful from here. What about this one? Get a different angle for this one at least. The corpses are so decayed that I can almost see their bones. They look so peaceful. Those decayed corpses are clasping their hands as if to give a prayer, and also, underneath them, there is nothing. Okay. Do we get any kind of a different, nope. No different description if we examine the face first. Let's do the crab walk so we will be facing into this hallway when we get here. Okay, well, one last place to check. There's gonna be something useful here, but it looks different for certain. Corpses and toys lie together lifelessly. I don't see any toys here, unless... There are blood marks on the wall behind it, so we probably shouldn't mess around here. There are many toys surrounding the corpse. I don't really see how those things in the back are toys. They just look like a metal silverware or something. What about this little panel on the edge? There's a dent near the corpse. Near the dent, the words "Offer Prayer" are written in red. Okay, I think this might be the place where we have to use the statue here. Statue of prayer. The grave with the corpse in it shifts, allowing me to move on. Okay. Let's see how that works. As that happens, let's keep on moving down these gross, moldy hallways now, unless it's all supposed to be rock, not fungus or whatever. Here we are. Unlike the other corpses, one of them is wearing a fancy robe. If I don't want to examine the corpse directly first, there are various toys around the corpse on the floor. Among them is something like a key. I don't know if those are supposed to be toys, maybe just items. Oh yeah, the key, I'm pretty sure we probably know what that's for. But what about the corpse itself? What about the cross that it's holding? It's holding a shining cross. It's wearing some rather distinct clothing. I feel a sharp pain in my head. Somewhere I've seen this person somewhere before. I can't remember. And we're not gonna get the thing, I suppose, the full flashback just by trying to examine that. Oh, it's a donkey key. I thought it was gonna be the golden key that maybe we would have to use to open the open lock that was on the southern edge of the prison. The donkey key is now in my possession. Wonder if I can also filch the cross, or if that's not going to be an option. Or if that's going to hurt me instead. Now apparently rigor mortis stops me from being able to steal that thing. But hey, we found the dead priest's body. And the donkey key, which means that we should be able to at least open one more shutter, and we are one step closer to having the big door open at the end. Well, maybe not the big door, but like the important door that requires us to grab all of the other keys to move on. Before we head right back in there, why don't we go ahead and ignore the smell blood in the elevator and go to B1 or try to. Nothing's happening, so we can't go up even if we want to. I think that makes sense. I think what we are gonna have to do eventually is to like trigger something else so that we can get the elevator to reach that floor as well. But right now we need to do the... not the opposite, but something else. Where's the donkey shutter? I think it's on the middle of the northernmost hallway, so it's gonna allow us to reach a different area as far as the rooms. There are all the way up there, so that should be nice. Let's come in here. Let's turn the donkey key, which presumably is going to be the one that we need here. Control device, I can get a good look at it. Okay. No way. Went with the hand first that time. And shutter has been opened, and turn the lights back on. I still do not have the key to activate the west elevator, but ostensibly that will come sometime. And here we go. I guess if we make contact with the place where the shutter used to be, and the blue light goes away. Yeah, there we go. We can go in here, we can go in the room that's right next to it, and we can knock down the final grating that we needed to knock down. An odd odor in this room. A vent in the ceiling right over the metal plate. I think I feel a slight breeze. And still has enough power to pull smoke outside, okay. It can still has enough power to pull smoke outside. Chunks of flesh and blood in a chair made to strap people down. A large metal plate with a stove underneath. Well, we don't have any matches anymore, but apparently there's one more on top of it. Guessing that we have the exact amount of matches that we need to, make progress here. There's a stove, metal plate, blah blah blah. And I don't think we're gonna be able to light the stove like immediately here, because I don't think there's any fuel underneath it, but I don't even know why we would want to light the stove anyway, but we can at least try it. We can ignite it with the match, but no, there is nothing under the stove. It's pointless to use the match. The game does stop us from being wasteful there. Okay, so let's go into the door first, I guess, and then we'll deal with the... We can also switch between these two things if there's like 2 points of interest on screen. Can't quite remember that. Okay, here we go. This is our motivation, I would say. One dug a pit in the floor and it's half filled with water now. There's a fuel tank floating in the water. The water is cold, but it's no problem. We got a fuel tank now. There's a cage and a pool of water underneath it, so yeah, you can probably guess how that went. There's a refrigerator in this corner of the room. Can we look inside? There's a large chunk of ice inside. Oh, with a key inside, that's why. I think I can easily break this huge chunk of ice, so that's our motivation to get the burner. Get the burner going in the other room. Let's take the opportunity to... God damn it. Well, we selected the wrong thing, because apparently there was another door, right? Right next to that one. Just like so. Let's knock this down while we're here and maybe even break the old axe if this is like the last potential use for it. apparently we still have the old axe with us, so maybe we're gonna have to use it for something else. Well, let's see. We still have that knife that we weren't able to pull out from the dead body on the thing that's all the way on the right. I wonder if there's anything that we can use we have acquired in the meantime to help with that. Let's see, we have a block of ice and the fuel tank and not really anything else, so... Something sticking out of the dead body, well yeah, but we can't just grab it because it's gonna chop our flesh off if we do that, so... No. Quite by going to the hallway. I mean, obviously that must be what I meant. There's also the fuel thing. I don't think we can combine ethanol with the fuel tank. I'm trying to remember. I think the room in that's like third from the left is the one with the bag. And this is the one with the chemicals. Let's see. Maybe there's some fuel in one of these shelves. Chemicals and tools, but there isn't anything useful. No, apparently that's not the case. There's not in the bed. Oh yeah, that's right. The chapel, blah blah blah, all this stuff, blah blah blah. Can we confirm that we apparently have no reason to stay in this room? Or to look in this room again? Room of prayers have been sealed shut with some wooden planks. Well yeah, we've already been there, so I guess if that's the only takeaway that we have from what's left in this room, then there's not really much of a point to stay there. What about the room with the bag? We know where we can get the knife, but we don't know how to extract the knife from the body. That's a problem. Well, yeah, we need to. And once again, that doesn't really help me with the puzzle. I just kind of restate the obvious. Let's try this room, the one with the big burner in the middle. An odd odor. I heat up this iron plate somehow. I would need a heat source. I mean, I think that the oil can or the fuel can is empty right now. And if I try to use the ethanol, which I think I still have with me, that doesn't work. Can I put the ethanol in the fuel can to give myself an excuse to use that for that purpose? Nope. That's a problem, I would say. Nothing in it but what? Ash? How about ashes? Chunks of flesh and blood. Can I like chop down this chair and turn it into planks? And can I use a 2x4 as kindling? Oh, I can. Okay. Burn the 2x4 in the oven. I might be able to heat the iron plates. Setting this 2x4 on fire won't be easy though. Can I mix the 2x4 with the ethanol? That's how I'm gonna be able to set it on fire? I mean, I don't really see how else I could use the ethanol, to be honest with you, at least at this point. These items can't be combined. Okay, so I guess we already have the kindling that we need. Shit. Can I use the match with a 2x4? Okay, I think we have a bit of a problem. Can't figure that out. What about this room? The one with the, that we got the chunk of ice and the fuel tank from. If we check this room... I can probably carry the water in this plastic container. Oh yeah. I mean, but I want to carry the water in this container though. Like, why would I want to do with the water at that point? That's what I would say. When it's filled with water, the tank is pretty heavy. But what can I do with this water? Don't think there's anything I can use the water for there, or in any other places that I'm thinking of. So what's in here? We got the bag. We got the knife sticking out of the corpse in the far other room. Here we got the liquid thing. I'm just kind of lost now. There's the electrical room. There's the locked room in the first hallway that we weren't really able to do anything with. I don't think we want to go back to the other floors either. And also we go into this room and see if there's anything that we can glean from using the hint item in this room. There's nothing very interesting in this room. Okay, well, I guess that confirms that this room is now useless. That's something, I suppose. This is the one with the chemical supply stuff in it, right? Well, we already used the hint thing in this place, and he just said, you should go check out the boarded up door that was in the first hallway that we couldn't do anything with. That you couldn't do anything with. There's the suspicious bag on the floor. We still don't know how we're gonna open that bag. There's the thing sticking out of the... I guess something that I could do, because I guess technically in this timeline I haven't tried to pull the knife out of the corpse at all, but... So maybe... The hint system hasn't realized the fact that it's not just viable to just do by itself. That voice is so spooky. Came back without permission from my mother. Welcome back, okay. I mean, hopefully I don't end up going for too much longer, but I don't know anymore. Gotta make a save here. I guess I'm gonna just try to rip the knife out of the body. Well, we already know exactly how that's gonna go, but... Maybe now that we've done that, this will say something different. The sharp end of the knife is sticking out of the dead body, so I need to be careful. Oh, yeah. Is that all that you're gonna say now? Well, we need to be careful, but apparently we're not given any information besides that. We don't need to use the 2x4, surely. No. Thrust knife into 2x4. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. We could have done that a while ago, but we... That's pretty dumb. Guess I need to remember the whole 2x4 situation. I didn't even end with the 2x4 actually being used up though, did it? It's weird that you have to, you know, actually use the consumable items for puzzles. Or at least use the consumable items that can be used for a different general purpose thing for puzzles. It's like in Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, where you can play the game so that you basically have to do no action minigames whatsoever. Where's the knife? There it is. I can think of lots of situations where this would be useful. How much do you want to bet that we're gonna dump it after a very short while here? There's a corpse in the bag. When I cut it open, a repulsive smell seeps out and I can't help but cover my mouth. Seems like a young male. The rotten skin crumbles, making it look like an old man. Was he alive when he was put in the bag and left to die? I want to think about it. The corpse is holding a mirror. I slowly reach for the mirror. The mirror of prayers. Well, it's a cool mirror, but I don't know if it's made evident what it's supposed to be used for now. I'd be able to use this bag that I picked up already. We grab the bag now. The bag itself. We chop up the bag again into even more bits. We can use the cloth. Oh, we got a piece of cloth. Oh, if maybe now that we have all these things together, maybe now we can do the thing that I was trying to do a while ago. Oh, let me go back to that room. Let's go to this room here, right across the way from... well, not even across the way, just next to the other one. And let's see if I can combine some items here. Let's combine this with the piece of cloth that we just picked up. These items can't be combined already. What if I combine a piece of cloth with... no, with the ethanol first. Okay, sure. Now it's an ethanol soaked cloth. And there goes the ethanol, I guess. And now I would presume... can I just put it directly into that thing? Oh, we can place cloth, okay. If I soak cloth in ethanol, it should ignite much more easily. I might be able to use it to heat the iron plate. I guess we're just burning the cloth. And now we can ignite it, I would presume. I don't know how this one thing is gonna be able to heat up the thing enough that it's gonna look like this, but hey, as long as it works, I guess. And now we just toss the block of ice on there. Yes, do it. Ice leaves behind the key on the iron plate, but now we have to put this out so that we can grab that thing. Iron plate is still hot though. I mean, do we still have water in this thing? Do we need to like fill it up with water again? And then come back here, I guess we can do that. It seems like busy work, but whatever. But yeah, it's like in that thought that I completely forgot about, but I didn't actually forget about, which is why I'm bringing it up again now. About Indiana Jones in the Fate of Atlantis, where you can play the whole game and specifically try to avoid having to do like the action minigames. But even if you do that, you're still forced to like fight one of the guards near the end of the game. Purpose so that you can steal his ship. Because you need that for a puzzle event, even though there's no indication that that would end up being the case. And it's actually quite easy to just avoid those confrontations 100%. Theresia and Steam says about our headset. I can finally pick up the key. So let's do that. Now we can use the west elevator. So let's activate that. I don't think there's really that much left to do in these rooms, so I mean, hopefully we're about to get to the end of the chapters here. The chapter. See, if I think about all the rooms that are on the top part of the map right now, we pretty much exhausted all of the things that we can do in there. And this is the final key thing that needs to be unlocked, so... let's use that west elevator key. And now we can go right down there. I think I know the last place that I gotta go though, before this chapter can be wrapped up. I'm guessing it's gonna be the chapel that's like directly south center from the whole prison area. Well, let's try to go downstairs yet again. Slowly and clumsily moves along its cables. I step out into the hallway. Back in this same kind of place, but we're gonna be able to reach a different area now. Also a few rooms in, you know, the southernmost part of this floor that we were never really able to access. I might as well take a look at this over here. It is another angel statue for carving. And the one left here is, well, yet another one. So there's angels on 3 sides and the devil on the other one. And maybe we can open this door from this side. Because we definitely have seen the other side of this door. It responds when the doors won't open. Has the connection gone bad? Get it hard with something, I might get it to work, hopefully. Well, let's... I don't know. Punch it with the axe. Just makes a noise and starts to move. Okay, so... I guess maybe now it works. And hopefully this is not just a one-way thing, because I don't think we really want to come back down here at this point. Okay, yeah, okay, so that door is permanently open now, that's good. But I think the main thing that we want to do here is not in that direction, but rather in this room that we skipped over on the way here. There are odd devices lined up. There's also a chair. With a simple structure. And there is this odd device lined up. We can just examine this. Reminder, use this device to turn the statues. The statues refer to the angel and devil statues on this floor and the upper floor. Top and bottom statues are located in their respective areas. This device's handle resembles the top of those statues. Move the devil east or west. Alright. Let me go ahead and save scum here, because I think it's easy to mess this up. Not mess it up permanently, but just mess it up in a way that ends up with you getting hurt, because the other spikes and these things. Reach for the switch, and I think that if we have it like this, we should be fine. If we try to move it the other way, of course, there's spikes. It'll recede and make a clicking noise, okay. I don't think that we can, I don't think that we can reach the place that we were wanting to reach from this position either, though. Your strange noise, almost as if the ground has shifted. Something has moved. But I don't think that's quite, what we want here. The southern part is still inaccessible. Let's keep moving it in this direction. Hold on. Are we even gonna be able to? I mean, I hope so. Is the southern end of that thing just gonna be inaccessible forever? Well, I mean, the northern part of it is accessible now, but I don't think that's what we need to be worried about. Let's see. Move it like this. I mean, we can get down there, but... But it looks like the bottom part is still sealed off. What if we, just give it another 180 here? And then give it another, so that it's like that. And the devil is on the bottom. I think that one of these things is supposed to be like a... It actually recedes into the center. The others don't. Some kind of bay gauge placed on the wall. And apparently that's the only thing that's in the entirety of that wall. Haven't played this before? Hi, Sergio. Well, I have played this before, but I never finished it before. And I suppose my standard procedure of games that I have tried to finish before, but for whatever reason I just couldn't actually get all the way through them, is to end up playing them on stream, and that gives me like some accountability for that. But I do want to see the end of this game. And once again, beyond there's nothing. Never quite been able to get there though. Okay, so if I go directly over there, which would be this way, what does it look like from this side? It looks like... okay, the angel statue is just sticking out. What if I go all the way around and look at it from the other side? If I look at this thing from this side, okay, so this part is not... okay, that's a bit of a problem. Okay, no, I think I might know what I have to do instead. I think I messed up. I probably should have saved specifically for these reasons, so I can just warp back into that save. And not have to go all the way around again, but that's fine. Okay, so I think what I wanted to do was not actually get into the room that's south of there, but rather in the room that's to the north. Because that's one that's actually accessible. I do vaguely remember the room in the south being important, though. Well, let's just go ahead and quickly warp back, or not warp back, but I guess take the long way back into this control panel area. This time I will, I guess, place a save here. And move this thing again. And after I have done that, just go all the way back over there, but we shouldn't have to go all the way around the hallway this time anyway. Optimize a little bit with the crab walk and go back down into the center of the southern hallway. Okay, so this door was completely inaccessible before, but I don't know if it could even open. Apparently it will though. Okay, so there must be something in here. Rotting things. A filthy urinal. A bunch of trash in it. This time I don't see any kind of a glow in it, so we have don't quite have the not Harry Mason, the James Sunderland excuse to just try to not stick our hand in a dirty toilet. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to make another save here. Never mind. I don't know what's gonna happen if I try to stick my hand in this thing. There's to be something stuck inside. Well, sure, I guess we do have this Silent Hill 2 moment, after all. All order was overwhelming. I can barely keep from vomiting. It's not long before I feel something metal, though. It looks like a key. Oh, the exam room key. Okay. I'm pretty sure I was faintly expecting to find this at some point, because there is technically one room. Well, I guess two rooms if you consider the other one that's to the side of there, but there's at least one room in this area, which is like the first hallway in the game that we were never able to get into, and that's the exam room that's on the left wall here. Let's go ahead and use this. And get in there. Find more of these spooky red beads. Perhaps they've noticed me as well since they're squirming around now. I don't know if they live here or what, but there are so many of them that I can't even see the walls. I think you can see the walls pretty clearly, but it looks like they're stained with blood because of that. These plants are completely dried out. There's some stuff on here though. Journal and a couple of pieces of paper on the desk. There's also a coat maybe. There's a name tag on the live coat, Emile. Where have I heard that name before? Well, in some of the notes that we found, I'm pretty sure. Or apparently from her perspective. On my way here I picked up a notebook. There were some pages inside with Emile's signature on them. Must have been here a long time ago, I think I knew her too. Maybe there are some clues to my past here that can help me regain my memories. But for now I guess I better just grab the more obvious thing here. So nostalgic. Stagger over to the desk and pick up one of the pieces of paper. And ostensibly get another flashback. Listen, wouldn't you like to see your mother? As a matter of fact, every human being only cares about one person, themselves. Where are you going? Well, that's why your mother kills people so easily. They're both fools and saints. Martel Theresia. Remind me of her. I guess Emile is actually a different entity from those two names. Field of red flowers. An endless field of red flowers spread out before me. I was talking to a woman in a white coat as we held hands. I knew that lady in a white coat was Emile. Remember her gazing at the red flowers with empty eyes. Meanwhile, back to the present, to, things that's actually provided to us here. Girl in the flower garden. It's been a few days since Emile stabbed the friar to death. The girl hasn't left her room since then. She seems extremely sensitive for a girl of her age. I think I'll take her out to the red flower fields. For some reason she reminds me of those red flowers. That's probably because she reminds me of Martel. Journals seem to be all dated, according to the ones I've found so far. Many people moved to escape the virus and I went with them. Is this the place? I don't know if you would have moved into a place like this to escape a virus, but... And it does seem like the kind of a place where you could have people hold up, and that would definitely be counted as some kind of a lockdown. There is that. There's also a door that I guess goes back into... oh wait, never mind. That's apparently the door we came in through, so this door must be the one that leads into the room in the back. Which it wasn't clear if that was going to be part of the same room as per the map, but... There's an operating table here. There's got to be more information here, surely. It's a man's body. Looks like he was in a lot of pain when he died. Probably crazy too. Well, don't judge. Maybe he got hit with Joker gas. Red beads are squirming all over the corpse, and several tools. I don't know if you're supposed to mess with the tools or the corpse, or a shelf with a huge bloodstain on it. That's, yeah. It's complete. Hey, you're not stupid enough to touch this, are you? Bait. That is broken, so we're probably gonna have to touch something in here, though, or else there will be no point in In finding this place, I guess we can check the corpse first. Oh goodness. Red beets really start to scream around wildly. We don't want to touch the red beets, I suppose. Tools don't catch your eye. No, what is this? Some sort of tool with a right angle bend in its crank. It's something from some zombie game. Okay, I guess the crank was the point of that whole sequence, but don't really know where we're supposed to use the crank now though. Hold on. Keep on blanking on stuff like that. Red beets cover the room. We don't like the red beets, or maybe we just react to the red beets and that's significant. But yeah. What if we use a pendant again when we're in here? There's nothing very interesting in this room. I found a crank, but I didn't see any rooms where I might be able to use it. There might be a few more rooms left that I haven't looked at yet. I don't know about that. Honestly, without a way to get into more rooms, can't rightly recall any places where the crank might be useful. I guess this might be a good time to, actually use the close-up map thing. This messes with my head, it's like ASMR. I think I referred to it a while ago as being like, kinda like that, but I don't know, I feel like I don't get as much of a reaction out of it myself. But I can definitely see why that would, or how that could be the case with other people, maybe. So I can only check the stuff in this room or on this floor. I think I want to go all the way back here. Unless I somehow do, but I don't think I do. The torture room with a knife. Sculpture stuff, the cells, the switchboard, the elevator. Chicken door, this room with the exam room key. I don't think any of these things had like a place to use a crank. Unless I just completely forgot. How about the stuff in the corner here, because there's the corpse. And the door that would supposedly be like their final destination there, but... What about the floor below? I don't think there's anything there that I would want to... You know what, I think I've been at this long enough that it's time for me to take license. Instead of just groping about in a part of the game that I've technically played already. I think it might be time for me to do an ancient summoning ritual. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I think I was right about a certain something that I was thinking about earlier. Okay. Adjacent room, oh shoot. I didn't want to go to the adjacent room again, I want to go out to the hallway. Again. Apparently there is one detail about this section of the game that I did vaguely remember with some accuracy, but not the important bit, or at least not the bit that would have actually enabled me to make progress at the right time, but I can take care of that now. Let's come over here, go through the door. There's no way I'm bothering to crab walk and not turn, since I'm gonna have to turn to be able to use the elevator here. Go back downstairs, mess with the statues again. Might not actually wait. I might not have to mess with the statues right now. Let me go back up. Actually, no, I do need to mess with the statues. It just we're already on that floor. Just open the door. Exit elevator. I think I do need to mess with them at least a little bit. So I don't think there's any reason for me to want to go back in the room that's to the north of the statues anymore. I already got the thing that I needed from there. What I want to do instead is do a 180 on this thing again. Maybe. Oh. Let's do that again. Same direction. And let's leave the statues like that, because I forgot that the devil statue was significant, and that is actually the only statue that if you examine it, it doesn't say that there's a piece of metal hanging in the wing, as it does with the angel statues. Which means that you can mess around with it. And it's actually not very obvious, but I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to be able to move it. So let's get right to doing that. Look, it's a statue that looks like a devil. To have a number of handprints on it. The statue has been pushed in, at least I think so. Well, I mean, I guess it becomes a little bit more evident if you actually, you know, go all the way up to it in this situation and examine it directly, but until this moment there's no real indication that that would be the case, as it happens, but now we can reach down here. Okay. Maybe now it'll be okay. Now we've lost both the hammer and the axe, but at least we already used them for everything that we needed to. Small statues around the larger one. Some sort of circle in the ceiling. Doesn't look like art or some kind of carving. Maybe it opens up. There's more small statues in a line on this side of the room here. There's a statue of an angel, perhaps with something in its hand. Surely there's going to be something important if we examine it more closely. Well, I mean, do we move the chair to be able to get to the statue? No, apparently we can push a chair and the chair is booby-trapped. Doesn't really look like we lost any health out of that though, or just an infinitesimal amount. What about this? Oh, there is a thing here. An indentation in the drawing of the sun. Mirror to the angel. Okay, I guess that mirror that we found a while ago. I finally found a place for it. I think I can use this here, or maybe not. Are we supposed to like put the mirror directly where the angel is? Hold on. We can't use the crank in this indentation, can we? Maybe we can, okay. There's a cover in the indentation so we can't push the crank, okay, so maybe we have to mess around with the angel statue more. And then use that. Place mirror of prayer. Fit in the hands of the statue. This mirror must have originally come from here, and yet it was... where was it originally, actually? I think it was stuffed in that bag in one of the torture rooms. As I placed the mirror in the statue's hands, I heard a noise from the indentation on the pillars. Okay, so now we can use this. Alright, it's in there pretty good now. Don't know what this is gonna do, I guess we might as well go ahead and save scum again. No, do save scum. Let's turn it in this direction, I guess. Part of the roof opens up and a shaft of light pierces the darkness. Turn the crank and more light comes in, dimly illuminating that statue. Okay. Shall we manipulate the statue that got illuminated? I think I might be able to take this statue. There's a piece of paper stuck behind it. Well, what kind of a flashback is he gonna produce this time? You can't go there. The war ended today. People who were killed by the biological weapons, their purple bodies are being collected at the cathedral. Can't go near them, you'll be infected too. Those collected bodies, they'll all be burned. What are you gonna do? You can't go there. Boy, apparently they became a purple mine group in death. And someone went over there to pray regardless. Anyone who was infected would eventually die. The least I could do was pray. Just pray. I mean, I thought that the people who were brought to the cathedral, based on how that other person phrased it, would already be all dead, so... Maybe a bit of a moot point, a moot effort at that point in time, but... These pages are scattered around the building, almost like they've been prepared for me. They're encouraging me to recover my memories. Look at the piece of paper in my hand. And it says, the end of war. In XX14. The long war has ended. I heard that our country lost. The bodies of people killed by the horrific biological weapons are being brought to the cathedral. There are many purple bodies lying in the cathedral. The biological weapon that put an end to the war was epicari. It spread from the purple skin of the body, so they must be burned immediately. I want to offer prayers for those who went mad, lost their memories and died. The least I can do for them is pray. My memory, well, I don't know if she could say that she remembers everything if she can tell like why she's here, but... A lot of people gathered in the cathedral. They burned the bodies one after another. We offered prayers for those bodies. The words disease and virus are in the journal several times. I remember they referred to something called epicari. Purple virus that drove people to madness. I'm sure I used to know something about it. There's no mistake. This paper is... Someone left this here on purpose. Someone is trying to tell me, remember, they say. I take a second look at the statue in my hand, and well, here it is. Something about this delicately crafted statue makes me feel some sort of pain. The statue itself feels fragile. I think it would shatter if I dropped it. Well, it doesn't seem to have any obvious use at this point, so we probably need to do that immediately. I don't think I can use this here. Oh, drop figurine. Okay, we have to select the angel for that. It shatters into hundreds of pieces. I looked at the shattered figurine. There was a key in it. Okay, we finally got the final key. Cat key. And I think with this in hand, we can probably finally wrap this part up. And make it on to the B1F area, I think, is probably what's gonna come after this. I don't think we've been there at all so far, actually, so... Wait, hold on, let me check this message first. Should tell you the right order, I think. His corpse is completely rotten, looks like it was an old man. He's dressed like a poor person. It's his poor person costume. His skin looks purple. He looks so sad, so he died from that, but also he's got his notes. I guess we must be immune to the disease if we're not being affected by it. Don't touch it anymore. The note says from the bottom, donkey, dog, cat, chicken. From the bottom. Donkey, dog. So that means that from the top... Actually, never mind. Should I say from the top it's gonna be alphabetical, but that's not quite right. Chicken and cat would be swapped if that were the case, so... Donkey, dog, cat. Well, cat goes here. Key put in the keyhole falls to the floor, okay. Oh, never mind, I guess you have to do it in the order that the note mentions to. So from the bottom. Donkey. The dog, which is the first one that we found. The cat. And the chicken. But not the cow and the chicken. And there we go. The door has been unlocked. Open the door. Spiral staircase stretches up in front of me. I gaze up at it. What will I find out if I keep going? I'm having a little trouble keeping my balance, but I step onto the stairs and begin climbing. And there we go. Drag my bruised and broken body up the spiral staircase. There's a piece of faded paper on one of the steps. Almost like it was meant for me. I don't think you can chalk that up to coincidence at this point. September 19, XX46. Red beads in the storage room. I heard a noise, so I opened the door to the storage room. Red beads cover the walls, the ceiling, even the floor. They were really scary, but also somehow familiar. I ran away and ran out of the storage room as fast as I could. I'm scared. I want to see Mother. Where are you, Mother? I hear something squirming. Where are you, Mother? Oh. Are you in here? There's something squirming. What are these red beads? They're moving. Look a lot more, I don't know, they more kind of neo-punk art style with this contrast between the red beads and everything else going on. Looks like they got out again. Did they surprise you? This isn't the first time that they've gotten out. Talking about these red features, of course, the ones all over the walls. I have to collect them now or they'll spread everywhere. These children are called Theresia. Just like that woman, I guess, but I mean, I don't know. The fact that you can't tell the whole date of the notes makes it difficult to gauge what the timeline is supposed to be. Is something the matter? It's quite late for a child. Can't sleep. Images from my memory run through my head. I'm still unconscious as I slowly climb the stairs. This battered body is so heavy. I can't even remember who I am. I mean, our name is probably Emile. I think we managed to figure out that much. I just want to close my eyes and forget about everything. Apparently our mother was some kind of psychopath, but my memories little by little are coming together like a jigsaw puzzle. Pieces of my memory are scattered throughout this building. I've been in this place. I lived here. I remember Theresia. Those squirming red beads, I've seen them all over this building. Called Theresia. And now we get another prompt to save, which I'm pretty sure means that we're about to get to the next chapter here. So I guess I'll just get to the point where you can move around and that's where I'll wrap it up. Because yeah, this kind of took a while. Second stage, Dependence. And I think it's second of 4, but I don't remember if like some of them, I think some of them are like significantly longer than the others. Or at least I remember reading about that somewhere. I think the furthest that I ever got in this game is the beginning of the 3rd stage. I reach the top of the stairs and a whole new floor spreads out before me. There are bizarre traps set all over this building. I'm not alone in this place. Traps are hungry for my blood. My memories are waiting for me. I must be here for a reason. It's getting clearer. That woman's bloody scent. It smells good. The smell calms me down. I come to. I feel a shiver run down my spine. The thick smell of blood and rotten flesh fills my nose. It makes me feel good. There's no way, that's horrible. I don't want to feel that way. And yet apparently I can't deny that feeling. I take a deep breath to clear my head and slowly step forward. Into a different hallway, but I have to wait. I also remember like a number of variations on this, like quote-unquote main leitmotif of the game. Which is pretty much what I perceive it as. I'm pretty sure there's this, but there's also like a... I think there's a different sounding version at the start of the 3rd stage. I don't remember, but yeah. I like this leitmotif and all the variations of this leitmotif are like definitely the highlight of the soundtrack for this game. But I guess something that I'm gonna do just in case at this point is to make an extra layer of insurance for myself by saving states there. I don't want to repeat of what happened with fucking the end of Parasite Eve. Still have no idea how that happened. But yeah, since we did save and since we did just save state, and I'm wanting to assume that that's gonna be good enough as a safety net for, being able to continue the game. Just like the, regular saves for Parasite Eve were enough of a safety net to continue that game. Until all of a sudden they weren't, for some stupid reason. That will be where I finally go and wrap things up for now. Since it's like past 2 AM here, so I should probably try to at least catch some sleep sometime soon. I don't know how successful I'll be, but... let me see if there's anything like... I guess this will do. It's kind of fitting since it's also an adventure game thing. Maybe a bit more apropos in my playlist to play this out. We'll just go with Unavowed for now. Game that I actually did play on Steam and on stream. These are both valid ways to finish that sentence. On Steam and on stream too. Simultaneously even. And it was a really good game. And it has a pretty good soundtrack too. But yeah, me things that might just be it with no like radio fanfare once again. Unless I think of something clever to do. But I get the feeling the answer is gonna be not necessarily. Yeah, that's probably for the better. I just go and things quote-unquote the normal way at this point, so I'll go ahead and do that. I mean, it probably would be a bit less awkward for me to, I don't know, just look in retro and try to find someone. If it was at a time that would be closer to the times that I actually theoretically try to finish at, but that is definitely not the case right now. But hey, it might be something that I end up doing in the future. Because yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be like visibly around much longer. And maybe a few minutes after this, but anyway. All that having been said, I will say that we will be returning to Theresia next Monday, I think. I mean, I think that once again I've been too optimistic with how much time it's gonna take me to get through that. Also, yeah, I need to mark a couple of things to complete. Okay, now I can close this. Next Monday, maybe a little too optimistic in how much time it's gonna take me to complete this game, but I do aim to complete it, obviously, regardless. But what I will be playing for the rest of this week, and which will hopefully, based on the assumed increased reliability of how long the average wait through time is for the game that I need to do for the rest of the week. Is Alan Wake, a game that I've been wanting to get to also for a long time, and I think I also played like a tiny amount of at one point, but not a whole lot. And that comes highly recommended from at least a couple of sources that I can think of, so it's gonna be like our main week game, and I'll probably devote at least a couple of days next week to see if I can finish Theresia. I have no idea what the actual, you know, realistic projection is gonna be for that game, but apparently it can be from anywhere between 10 to 17 hours, which seems like a bit of a big leap for a game like this, according to how long to beat, but that one also doesn't really have a whole lot of different reports. There are 3 user ratings. And apparently, well, I don't know. I can't look at each one differently. I don't know. I mean, I'll get to the end of it. Shouldn't be a problem. But there is another adventure game that I also want to play in early November. That's gonna be quite apropos for that time of year, so hopefully that gets finished in time for that. Could you explain the Chase Quest game request reward again? I mean, it's pretty much self-explanatory in the reward description. Basically, there's the Chase Quest thing that you can, the sheet that you can bring up with the command, or just look at the link in the reward description itself, and with either that or with the Adventure Archive thing request, which is pretty much any adventure game, but ideally an adventure game that is quote-unquote notorious or notable enough that it's on a different spreadsheet that I have for those, that is linked on the command and the description for that as well. You can redeem those for, if you want me to play one of those, anything that's on those lists that I haven't already played, and that it's gonna be much cheaper if you do it that way than if you use the 50k option. On which days it's redeemed. Like, typically, what I try to do is have the adventure stuff on Monday, but if we were to get like a redemption for adventure games, then I would probably end up doing it like more on different days. But I mean, what I've been aiming to do so far is longer games. I do on Tuesday and Thursday, in theory. I mean, they have like a special thing right now because it's Spooktober, but in theory I do 2 streams a week of longer games on Tuesday and Thursday, and then maybe a shorter one on Wednesday. I'll probably try to accommodate that, like the redeemed games on those days, depending on what I see about them and like how long they are. Like, for example, I mean, I still have Chrono Cross on the back burner. I think Dead Rising is a game that's not necessarily that long, so I'll probably slot it in the Wednesday thing once Spooktober is over. And ooh, I see that you've redeemed the Chase Quest game. Am I correct in assuming that I already know which one it's gonna be? Let's see, one that you mentioned before. Because if it is, then I'm looking at it on the how long to beat thing as well, and I think that one is a little bit longer. So I think I would either, well, I would probably try to make it dynamic. Like right now, I've got like I've got Chrono Cross and I've got Dead Rising, which also got redeemed before to go through. But I would say that I will try to like just go through those at a hopefully fairly steady pace. But whenever I would finish one of those, that's when I would slot in Yakuza 0. Like if I end up finishing Dead Rising first, then I will put it in the Wednesday slot, but if I finish Chrono Cross and like Yakuza 0 is still on there, then I'll put it into the 2 days a week slot, or just do something different, I don't know. But I'll try to do it in a way that's hopefully comfortable, but yeah. Keep in mind too that Chrono Cross and Dead Rising are like typically the things that are immediately on the back burner right now. But I will definitely get to that. So thank you for that redemption as well. I guess I will go ahead and mark it as complete, and I will make a note to get all these things in due time, which will hopefully not take too long. But yeah, for now, like I said, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and pop off. Not really anything else else to add to that. We'll be playing Alan Wake for the remainder of this week, and the next week will be more Theresia, hopefully finishing it, and also another game that I've been wanting to get to for a while. That will be my final streams of October, presumably. That also comes highly recommended from certain sources. Oh, and this is a pretty apropos song to end things on, so I guess I'll do that. But yeah, all that having been said, I will say once again, y'all take it easy. I thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting, always glad when other people chat, and I will see you later.